together when it's demonstrable that those stories don't move together. And the story that moves together is class. This is this gets back to the basic neo-Marxism, right? Marx class. And the post-Marxists said, well, wait a minute. What about feminism? What about, this Abraham X anti-racism? What about all these other... Okay, that was the Benjamin voice, right? You got me. Damn.
I've run out of popcorn. What do I do?
And I think, are you doing okay, Asha?
I don't know.
What matters is whether you
address Benjamin when he's false.
What matters? You got enough money to go to the doctor when you're sick, right?
Would you say when you have enough money to go to the doctor when you're sick? Is that
Yeah. What matters is whether you can afford to go to the doctor.
So what happens? What happens to those disenfranchised people? What happens to people in rural and poor areas? What happens to the people who don't have the accessibility to healthcare, Benjamin? We've had this conversation before. Who are the ones who are the poorest? Who are the ones who are marginalized? Who are the ones who are not believed when they come into the hospital? Who are the ones who have to make the comment where I have to hear a patient saying, I have to make sure that I come into the hospital looking proper, because otherwise the doctors aren't going to give me the proper care, that my hair is braided back, that it doesn't look unruly, that I don't look a hot mess, so that at least I'm believed. What racial, ethnic, marginalized group might that be? Who gets ignored when they're having symptoms of a heart attack, more for women than for men, right?
I haven't spent
You don't know. And that's why we had more misinformation and disinformation in the Black and brown marginalized communities. That is why there is no trust in the system. And it's not only from the people who are anti-vaxxers who cause problems, it is also from the fact that we are about to witness another Tuskegee. And if you're not familiar with Tuskegee, it was denying medication.
No, he's familiar.
Okay, good. So I don't have to go over it again, right? I don't have to go over how we withheld, medication to help heal and cure people who are suffering from disease, specifically because.
You know how.
Okay.
He knows.
That's right. That's part of the problem, Benjamin. That's what we call systemic, right? That's when the ERs get overwhelmed the way they did in 2020, when we're playing literal puzzles to move patients around in beds who are dying next to each other because we just don't have the capacity. That's the problem. And that's what we're witnessing with these regressions. Okay,
During
I understand.
Two people that didn't go get the shot that I know of, right?
Uh-oh.
A, my Black friends. B, my all-white family.
How did those two make out?
Oh, they're still here.
Answer the question about.
I can't with that tone.
I nailed it with two.
All you nailed it there was the sigh, that heavy sigh.
My mental image.
That's really good.
My mental image of Benjamin is more Herculean. It's just imagining this Shakespearean trained actor with slick back hair and a smoking jacket, winding up, getting ready for his performance, and then he just, comes into this character we call Benjamin, and it's really impressive. And I love it.
It really is. It's like a master class. But when I heard you do the class thing that matters, it's just such white people stuff 101. It really is. It's it's just class. It's not race, but yet you're aware that it's race. I think the deeper part that people miss with that stuff is that class can inform you about how hard life is, and race is going to tell you how the hard really shows up in the real world. They're not the same kind of force. Race, what you have, what I'm saying, two families can earn the same income and live in similar neighborhoods and have similar education, and still they're going to face all the different mortgage rates with the redlining stuff, the home appraisals, the school.
Redlining.
I mean, every year, like
Mortgage
the year
rates.
lecture in education, it's the Brown lecture, and it's the same topic almost every year. It's at the Reagan Center.
People are so
Last couple of years, it's
frustrated.
been virtual, and every year you get like a keynote educator come in and say the same kind of story to a bunch of people that probably need to hear it. A lot of educators do so that they know the story, but it's the same thing. The school discipline rates aren't the same. The police encounters about Michelle Alexander book, which documents really well if you want to read the deep treatise on it. Treatise on medical treatment, job callbacks, all that crap. Those differences, they're not just class. You can't just say they're class. They come from how people and all these institutions respond to race, right? And consciously or not. So race isn't just like some made-up story. It is, to me, like a probability engine kind of thing. It's going to do the predicting of the risk, even at the same class level. So if class for everything, at the same income level, then why don't we see health outcomes matching up or arrest, rates matching up? And we don't. And that's what Michelle Alexander's book I'm always talking about, which I think you said you either know or have. Like, why doesn't housing stability match up? Why doesn't school discipline match up? Why would you see those things? They don't. So middle class Black families, they can have less generational wealth than the poor white families. Right? Like, how does that happen? How are you getting higher risk for downward mobility and all these kinds of things, right? Whatever you want to look at, whatever metric, surveillance, suspicion, which is, we see it all the time in this administration, maternal health, whatever, any of the stuff Aisha talks about with all the white families that have similar or lower income. So, like class is going to be there telling you how much pressure you're under, but race is like, what happens with that pressure when it's like pointed right at you. You can't. So, I don't know. It just seems like it's missing the big mark of the big problem with race when you double the class and race.
I got a nice experiment. Let's turn Benjamin black, and I'm talking like Wesley Snipes black, but living
Natural. And American Jess is the white
I got makeup artists. We can make this happen.
commentary after one.
But it seems that Kate wants to come up or wanted to come up and didn't receive an invite, so I sent her an invite as per the chat. Fleming, hey Fleming, what's up? You came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a bit, Fleming.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said you came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a little bit. I do suggest you sit and listen for a moment before you
Basically,
start.
mine was arm yourself, learn martial arts, get your house and family ready, and get ready for the Armageddon. That's basically what I was saying.
Listen, Pro is still in doom and gloom shape, so.
I am. I'm dead sick. And I'm just saying, if things don't change, what the hell are you thinking is going to happen when we get near the end of this presidency, right? If something drastic doesn't happen. So that's the cliff notes. And then we spun off into the liberal progressives getting mad at each other, how they speak, which is what liberal and progressives always do, while conservatives bond between their race hatred of the other. And they galvanize so cleanly and concisely, and they come up with all their cool little Trumpisms and, lock her up, and all their catchphrases that work for the mindless freaking, zombie Gestapo. Right? So there you go. There's the cliff notes. You forgot how screw hockey. It's a bunch of teethless heathens.
Yeah, but.
That's everything.
Gosh, you act like you've never gone ice skating pro or played a hockey.
Like, isn't it funny how the white people can beat the hell out of each other, but if two black people want to have a technical foul, they get fined like $35,000 in the NBA? Like, wonder why that is. Like, wonder why that doesn't apply in hockey.
I don't think there's fining in hockey. Where's the guy who knew hockey?
No, that's my point. That's my point. The white people can bash each other's head. They're not scared. You're not supposed to be scared of the violent white people with sticks. You're supposed to be scared of the black people on a basketball court that are standing there in their skivvies.
Why are you comparing and contrasting two sports that have completely different rules, bro? That is not apples and apples. That is apples and
Why
oranges.
do you think they have the rules that they do is my point. This is kind of the point of making a Benjamin about class and race, right? It's like, what do you think the structural integrity of the game is so different between the two, right? It's like, it's because the advertisers don't want to watch that kind of personnel and clientele thinking about, I can't associate my sport with a bunch of black savages beating each other over the head, right? Like, the basketball is a high price ticket item that markets a certain image that they want to have, and they want to, they want to dress them up in suits and all that stuff. And hockey's like the come as you are, heathen, beat each other over the head, take it bloody, and the crowd's going, yeah, like gladiators. And it's kind of
You agree with bro?
Once you agree with bro.
No, he's absolutely right. Allen Iverson wore braids in the NBA. They had to tell him, like, you couldn't wear braids. You know what I'm saying? Black players are told to wear something, based on what the owners are saying. So, I mean, I agree with them. When black players fight on the court, it's like, oh, they're thugs, they're this, they're that. But when hockey players start going to fisticuffs, it's normal. So I actually agree with what Pro was saying.
Yeah, but that's because it was normal. I mean, hockey was basically invented in Canada by lumberjack people. I mean, the first puck was a piece of...
Is that really as far back as it goes, though?
Oh, yeah.
Is that really as far back?
I would trust the Canadian who's like, national sport. That's
People that grew up on the prairie, on these ponds that are frozen in the winter, and are rough, very physical people.
There was nobody there before then, right?
Oh, this is
Not talking about that.
Dennis.
Our official sport is lacrosse, which is an indigenous game. So that's our official summer sport. Our official winter sport is hockey. But so there are fines at the NHL. But then again, that's a league, and it'll divvy it out as they see fit. Blah 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 blah. And as far as people beating on one another, you go back to the '60s and the '50s and watch hockey. Yeah, that's what you'll see. But that's not the way the game's played anymore. It has evolved, and many of them have their teeth. All of them. If you're smart and wear mouth guard.
I may have to disagree with you on the teeth part, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree.
And the reason up the indigenous was there's several different, I don't know which is true, but there's several different claims to First Nations inventing it.
Anytime you say Canada, you go back in the 1800s, you better be including the indigenous people. They weren't just sitting around doing nothing.
Thank you for that, Dennis.
Yeah. Oh, I want to share it because I don't think a lot of people understand that, and I think it's important.
Nope, it was a good call. I thought you were being facetious and for a moment.
Yeah, no, I understand how it comes across like that.
No worries. Thank you for sharing.
Before I go, I have an anecdote, not to maybe take us 3 steps back, but the
Do it, Michael. Do it.
conversation that I think happened right as I was coming in the room, and Pro, where you were kind of under the gun with what seemed to be some tacit accusations around some tone checking, tone policing, things like that. It reminded me of something that happened to me when I was in my prior job. So this is 2021, 2022, and it was the height of sort of corporate training on corporate sensitivity, DEI, things like that. And I'll never forget this moment of my colleagues was a conversation with a person of color, telling them why we needed to change all the marketing material to Latinx. And when this person was like, well, I don't think that it's necessarily embraced or enjoyed by the people who you're ascribing that to, I literally saw a knockdown, drag-out fight of a white person telling somebody who is, not why you should use Latinx. And it was the most surreal thing I've ever seen. It was very surreal. And it was kind of getting at that deeper thing, I think, Pro, you were trying to say, which is there is that which is uncomfortable. But if we center on uncomfortable, and yet we frame it up as what is the other person. So the sort of artificial righteousness of white knight helping someone else, but really we're centering on ourselves.
Right.
That's where things really go awry. Because this person actually wanted to fight a battle around a purity test, not actually listen to the other person around how they wanted to be called or what this group wanted to be called. It was fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. You said that far better than I did. Yeah.
And for all those outcomes you were talking
Anyway, I never forgot it. I thought it was a really important lesson for me. Like, I just try to center on that other person and, you know, not that I'm trying to accommodate every possible thing at all times. That's impossible, but it helps me kind of avoid this issue of projection as much as possible.
Right. What were you saying, Brendan?
No, it was me, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
You know, the things you're talking about in terms of the outcomes for the racialized population going into whatever systemic institution, whether it be a medical or educational or whatever. We have the same issues here in Canada. And we have a different history, but we still have the same issues. And those issues are on mostly land on the Indigenous population in Canada. So you have, you know, populations that are coming in from places in northern Quebec to get to hospital and are there and are ignored. You know, they're just ignored. It's ridiculous how this happens, but it does. It happens all the time. You know, they're just not taken as seriously as the person beside them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And of course, you'll find our prison population is proportionally Indigenous as well, both women and men. So, you know, it's the same thing. What happens when they go to court? Well, they get a different outcome than if I went to court.
You have a different chance of being in court in the first place.
Exactly, because you know, my interaction with the police officer right off the bat is different.
Do you want to know what the data shows for Muslims? Often, with regards to things, but for women in court, believe it or not, pretty privilege does not exist, especially when it comes to sexual assault cases. There are studies that have been done that the prettier a woman is perceived to be, the less likely she's going to be able to convince the jury of a sexual assault. Which is, I'm gonna curse, but I'm not gonna curse, but I wanna curse of how messed up that is.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's like really counterintuitive.
Well, you can imagine why. I mean,
You can imagine that she brought it on herself. She looks so hot. I can see why another guy would want her so bad. That kind of gross stuff.
Yes.
She's just trying to tease those poor men.
Yeah, well, okay, we're not using that language. That is effed. How about that? Is that okay? Is that too far? Is effed too far?
Sounds good to me.
Alright, cool.
I heard Aisha say it earlier. It's funny that people are reacting to that. I mean, it's true. I mean, I'll drive home with my son in the car, and I'm like, it's always weird, especially if it's a room that I have going on. And he'll be like, "Isn't that your thing?" He's like, "Why are people cursing in your room?" I was like, "Well, you know, you have a point. I guess I could tell him not to respect my son." Right? I don't think it's too much to ask if we're running your own room at a certain time. You're just like, "Hey, man, just try to hold it down for an hour." But I didn't ask anybody that particularly. But
I may or may not have just.
no, it's fine. I heard it. I mean, I violate my own rule on that. So, but you know, it is weird, right? It is weird that like the easy ability that nobody of a certain age is listening when we're talking and we don't know is the other side of the speaker. I mean, we're all guilty of that, and it's like we're adults. We should be able to talk like adults and like maybe you say it's bad parenting to have your kids listening to Clubhouse, but it's like, it's also weird that we do that. Like we go to a school like all day long. It's like kids in school, and you'll hear the kids cursing, you won't hear the adults cursing, right? It's like the adults do their best, and of course the adults are cursing when they leave the building. But it's like they manage to keep it in check, and you manage to keep it in check in your place of work, and it's like, I can't wait to get to effing Clubhouse. Like, let's spew right? And it's like, but it's like, how responsible is it when you don't know if anybody's traveling with anybody? But I don't know. People will call it tone policing. It's like, whatever. It's the room that I'm doing. It would be cool to
family
hours. Yeah, it'd be like
family friendly.
Yeah. Like, I try not to go in someone else's room and just try dropping F-bombs and S-bombs. It's like taking off your shoes when you go in the house, right? People don't care. They don't even know the tone. They'll just come in the room and start. It's like, bro, like, take a second just to see what's going on. Just like check it out. I'm not saying people can't say what they want to say, but just consider it. Like consider who the audience might be.
And some people love to be inconsiderate of the audience. What's a different problem?
So I've heard that lightly cursing in terms of like PR stuff actually makes like a person or personality, a persona, whatever, actually more likable, unless it's like really hard cursing, if that makes sense. Like it somehow engenders trust in persons. It's like, hey, they're just like me. They drop S here and there.
Yeah.
Actually, you should check out probably your horror, the rate of people in women's prison who are there for.
Like I'm a full equal opportunity accountability person. I mean, you see the same thing.
What's the see the dots now?
No, absolutely, 100%. And it's important. Absolutely, it's so important. And the partner is also most likely to leave her if she contracts a chronic illness, right? Like you'll see cancer patients, women will have breast cancer or cancer later in life. The partner leaves them. They can't handle caring.
That's definitely a thing that happens to them too. Lower rate, right? But it also
a very much lower rate. It's definitely far more significant for females who have their male partners. I had something else I really wanted to mention. Oh yeah, no. For me, it's also and I also acknowledge the opposite as well. When you have a teacher, first off foremost, your teachers, especially in elementary, middle, and high school, are meant to be teaching your children, not hitting on them, right? So we do demonize men more than women who do this, and I feel like we should be demonizing the women who do this to the young boys as well. I think it's equally important. And you send your children to school, you don't want them to be hit on, right? Like you don't expect them to be like have a teacher who's sitting there grooming them and et cetera and so forth. So, there's things like that too, where it's disproportionate. So, again, equal opportunity and standardization across the board would be lovely. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out that way.
A single standard rather than double standards. I'm with that.
Let me take a look at the article you put in the. Oh, this is the junior hockey team. I remember reading about this when it happened. The woman had tuned in virtually. When a person summons the courage to disclose their story, the worst possible outcome is to feel disbelieved. I mean, the majority of women who are victims of sexual assault definitely don't report it. 3/4 of persons don't report it, and it's specifically because of the way that you're torn apart on the stand every time. Lawyers know how to make it so that, as a woman, have you ever lied before? And everybody's lied. So, you just get that out there. You have a character defamation, you attack the character of the woman, you degrade the character of the woman, and then you end up showing that, hey, if she lied about this, she probably lied about that. It's a very difficult place to be. It's a very difficult place to be. Are there women who lie? Yes. We saw that in the Duke lacrosse case. But, and that woman actually went on, the woman who accused so this is what these hockey players, here in the U.S., the Duke lacrosse case had to do with lacrosse players, right, at Duke University. It incited race. It incited a lot of heat across the country. It became a really, really big story. There were multiple confounding factors that aided in allowing a woman who lied, who obviously lied, who was proven to be lying about what happened because of literal physical restrictions in the space of what she accounted for, and made assumptions and jumped to conclusions. The woman who made the allegations in the first place went on to actually murder her next-boyfriend. Yeah, there are those cases. They're few and far between, but there are still those cases where these happen. And I remember just going through that case, and if you watch anything, you can watch the 30 Under 30 about it, because that video goes across every single failing in that case. I read the article. I mean, we have these instances happen often in sport as well. That's why Safe Sport was brought up, and Safe Sport was founded after Larry Nassar and the gymnastics team, the national gymnastics team. And it shouldn't have to take a national gymnastics team to bring attention to the abuse in sport. It's actually, we have 2026 revisions to the Safe Sport Code. So anybody who is in sport and works in sport has to be Safe Sport compliant. Normally, initially it was created for the youth involved, athletes under 18, but now there's provisions for the adults as soon as you get into college, because there's not enough recourse for student athletes at all, and it's a higher risk space for student athletes and children who are athletes to be in a power differential between the coach and the students, or a trainer, or a physical therapist, or whomever else might be working with the team. And yes, that increases as you get up to the national level. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot, especially routed in sport. Miss Nancy, are you only an adult at 21 years over in the Netherlands, or is it like 18 and up? So here in the US, adults are defined as 18 and up. I just saw your thing in the chat. Not sure if you're still there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sleeping? No, she's sleeping.
No, I wake up and then I go, no, I'm just sitting here and reading and not reading. And sometimes I say, oh, 30? Why 30? Caitlin said something about 30. They needed to look younger, but I said, 21 year old an adult.
No, I was speaking to Taro. My comment earlier was that when the conversation was around sexual assault, that there are men who would when it comes to women and accountability, there are men who would also need to acknowledge that many of their virginity stories, or just generally their sexual experiences as teenagers with older women, were wrong and actually assault. Because I know a lot of men who lost their virginities between the ages of 13 and 17 to women in their 20s and 30s.
Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, I mean it's still assault. It's still not right. So
Minors still can't give consent.
precisely.
Crazy concept. Really hard to understand for some people.
Oh my gosh, to them about it, and then they're like, oh, but it was a good time. I enjoyed myself. I liked it. There was nothing wrong with it. And then you just gotta let it be, because you don't want to be traumatizing them about their virginity story. Well, I think if it ain't broke, certain things, but again, that is the societal standard. That is how society views it, right?
For voting and driving purposes, there are more standardized ages, but the age for marriage in the U.S., the marriage by state.
Oh my gosh.
And there's a bunch of states where you might be surprised how low the age is.
I'm not surprised. Let me guess. Are they all red?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah.
Wow, so surprised. Oh my god.
Some places it's 18, 17, 16. I've seen as low as 14. I don't remember exactly what state that was, but I think it was more than one. And then there were a bunch of states recently who were proposing to lower the age, which is like, well, if we can't make the Epstein files go away, I guess we'll have to make it like legal, which is a really fucking dark thought.
I mean, I think
And reality.
someone came up earlier and said, started bringing up the other, like, there's just so much to be angry about.
Yeah, the line between being well-informed and out of your mind.
Yeah, and I do encourage people to definitely take a break, touch some grass, go outside, get some air. If you can, if it's clean air, get a run in, hit a boxing bag, do something. And I should be taking my own advice, but I've been curled up in bed for half the day, so.
Do you want to talk about the biochemistry of physical exertion?
Of physical
Absolutely, girl.
Maybe if I didn't feel so awful.
Oh.
The injuries, the injuries are acting up. They're hurting right now. I definitely really hate not being at 100%. But that's alright. That's life, right? So you can only do that. Yeah, it's life, and it's just unfortunate. I don't like, believe it or not, even though I am a vaccine advocate, I'm not a big fan on taking medication that is unnecessary. So you want to talk about biochem? One of the responses in the body is specific to pain. You don't want to be masking your pain all the time, especially as athletes and as competitive athletes. And you tend to mask pain, like, you pop ibuprofen like candy,
Pushing it past the limit might cause permanent problems.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely can. And you want to be able to start to learn your body well enough. So oftentimes, especially with running, I teach people, I learned myself how to make sure that I could hear my breathing. I knew where my footsteps were. I could feel, you have an innate sense of feeling someone behind you, especially if you're racing. So there's a lot of parts, like moving parts, that affect these things. And so when you mask the pain, right, the pain in your body is telling you something. Now, unless your pain nociceptors are overactive, right, like they're just constantly activated, you have some kind of autoimmune disease, or you have fibromyalgia, or you have like a pain issue or a pain sensitivity issue, the pain in your body is telling you that something's wrong. You don't want to not have the ability to feel pain, although there are people who are born that way. You want very much to be able to know where the pain in your body is, so you know when to stop, right? A lot of people will push through some injuries. Like, I remember I had a tight IT band at one point, and my hip flexors were off, and I'd get through like 7.5 miles, and I'd be like, I have 8 on the schedule. I'm just going to push through for this last half mile, which is probably the worst thing that I could do, because I could feel my hip getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And what you want to do at that point is you want to stop. Like, I should have just walked my ass home at that point. And then I had to miss cross-country nationals. I had to be 3 months in PT at that point, because I was overdoing it on the right side of my body with it's not an injury per se, but it is like, an imbalance. It's an imbalance, and at that point, the only thing you can do is do strength training and make sure that you're doing all of your core work. And I got a lot of massage and PT, and that's when I got my first PT sponsor, et cetera, and so forth. But the reality of the situation is that it's there to tell you something. And once you start to learn your own body, and you're the only person who's going to know your own body well enough to advocate for yourself, especially with physicians who hopefully are listening to you, because I have definitely encountered the ones who don't listen, who don't understand that there's something wrong. They want to focus on dumb things like, but you're so underweight, who cares? I'm healthy. Like let's move on to the actual injury, right? Because people, and if I'm overweight for myself, then I'm like, hey, listen, I'm gaining weight that I don't normally gain. I will never gain this weight. Like there's a problem here. Something is wrong. And then they'll dismiss it. You look fine. You're not, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know your body. Whichever end of the spectrum you are, like, you know your body. You gotta learn your body.
But you
You
said
look
you don't
fine.
listen
It's
to
probably the
yourself,
worst thing.
That's what you said. So
Yeah, so you know your body. Like, you have to learn it. And that's probably the best advice I can give medically for anyone is that you know your body, learn the differences about it, learn what happens. If I know one of my injuries from college was, it's a peroneal tendon injury. I know when it acts up and it starts to tighten up that I take the next day on cross training. I can race the next day if I tape it up, but I'd rather not. And if I tape it for 2 days, I can get back to running within 2 days. Like, it's not a problem. But you have to let the inflammation rest. You have to let it die down. You can't, and everybody has to learn this about their bodies. Whether or not you're an athlete, everybody has to learn this part about their bodies. Do you get really tired after a big night out? Are you in heels the whole time? Are you causing yourself that pain? Is it getting worse as you age? Absolutely. These things definitely get worse as you age.
yeah, you have to ask, do you rest enough? Do you take care of your body enough? Do you eat good?
Miss Nancy, do you not hear me eating every day, all day?
I eat too much.
I eat too much. Trust me on that one. I've always eaten too much. No, I am not resting. I am not recovering properly.
You see,
but the pain I'm feeling today is different from the pain that I normally feel. Which means that I ran a note out to my practitioners in my chart, and I said, hey, something's off, something's not right. I need to evaluate. So I'll get it evaluated because
based on the injury, right? So there's location.
Yep. You got it. And I work in injury, so it's like you're kind of learning, and clinically you're learning in school and all this stuff. So it's nice to have this broad-based ability, but it's a rough.
The listening part is rough, right?
I think everybody. I think also what's rough is once you get the education for it, then all of a sudden you know all the things it could possibly be. And then every once in a while you're like, oh boy. Like WebMD when it first came out and everybody started Googling their symptoms, and then you show up to the physician's office and they're like, hey, listen, this is what it is. No, but the WebMD said. Yeah.
Which one do you have access to right now?
What do you mean?
Like the digital medical references.
Oh.
Update or.
I have here in the U.S. and this is just because I know that we have all sorts of people here. The electronic medical record that's used in the majority of places that I've been is called an iChart.
Oh, iChart, sure.
Yeah, and so you can corroborate across multiple medical facilities and practitioners, right? So, which is good.
Let me rephrase the question. So there's a physician's desk reference, right? That was the original.
Oh, the PDR.
Original Dr. Google, right?
Right.
But now there's also up to date. There's another one, something about citations. I can look at my notes if it's important. But we were discussing this in a Monday room on medical technology, which is the medical AIs, quote unquote. Do you have access to any of them?
I hate AI so much. I'm just, as a scientist, I'm not a fan of AI.
Well, here I am dressed up as Microsoft, so I'm not a fan either.
Oh, well, he said Microsoft.
I wanted to tell you earlier, that's a fantastic PDR, dude. It's so
Taro, I just took naproxen myself, and like I said, I'm not a fan. I don't take much of it. I take it when I absolutely have to, need to. I'm not the person who just pops the ibuprofen like candy. Can't do that. But I think I took 2 doses today. It might be 3. That is the most I do. Also, for anyone who does take naproxen and isn't allergic to NSAIDs, there's also a topical cream if you're hurting in just a specific area. That's normally recommended Voltaren, which in the US is now over the counter, believe it or not. You can get it in prescription and you can get it over the counter. Originally, it was prescription only a few years ago. It was probably one of the
What did you say, Voltron?
I know, right? It sounds like Voltron. No, I'll put it in the chat. It's called Voltaren. Hold on.
Voltaren, yeah. I mean,
I'll put it in the chat, so there.
I definitely had my time dancing with naproxen, but eventually it became ineffective for the pain, and it was causing me GI issues. And I found that was actually lower reactivity and higher effectiveness and greater longevity. Cannabis.
Oh yeah, no. I mean THC and the activation of the inactivation of nose receptors, absolutely, that goes hand in hand. This is known. Cannabis is known to be a proven pain reliever, and for some people, it's better than opioids, which of course we should be encouraging when it comes to pain relief. AI in healthcare for cancer screening. So we actually went off on this. ICK asked that. I had a nice big argument with someone about this, because the reality is, I'll put my PTR back up, because of AI in screenings, you don't want to have to pay. It's a money grab. Okay, so what it is it causes more false positives because of artifacts in the imaging. So hold on, let me see if I can. I got to set that up with my profile picture. So there it goes again, right? And one of the arguments was, it's so great, you can get a full scale MRI, you can get all this imaging done. And the problem with healthy people and majority healthy people getting full scale MRIs and things is that you have artifacts, you have random things that will show up that are non-causative for anything, and then you end up having more invasive testing for something that never existed in the first place.
What's the error rate for humans and then AI, if you know? I don't have any numbers.
I don't have that data off the top of my head. I started to look at it, and then I think the conversation shifted.
Yeah, we were talking about mammograms, remember?
We were talking about mammograms.
And I asked you, is there not another way?
Oh, yeah, remember that?
IO said the MRI
machine. So that's a completely different. It's just it's a different method. Like, the reason that mammograms are done the way they are is that you have to assess not only the density of the breast tissue, but you have to be able to image what you can, and then go subsequently with an ultrasound possibly. An MRI is also possible as well. But again, it's all based on your practitioner. It's all based on your physician. It's all based on your whomever you're going to. Again,
insurance also.
And the insurance, of course, is always a problem, right? Like, how many patients come in? Does my insurance cover this? Just the other day, insurance was charging, I want to say, $150 for, something the patient needed. And the reality was, on Amazon, you could purchase the exact same thing for $30. So this here in the U.S. is absolutely part of the problem. If insurance isn't covering it, people are hesitating to get the care that they need. And I've dealt with this within my own family for decades. If insurance doesn't cover it, I'm not getting it. Hi, you need this medication. Like, I don't know what to tell you, and that's when you see people who are portioning out their insulin, because it's such a, and I could get that.
So what do you think Gavin Newsom is going to produce insulin in the state of California? I guess probably at first only for people within the borders, and then maybe export. I don't know about their long-term plan, but the price is supposed to be $11 per unit.
I mean, God bless. Like, I hope it goes through. Right? Like, nobody should have to go without their insulin and risk their lives for it, right? But yeah, like. Yeah, no. I mean, AI, but asking AI and medical or privacy or agency for informed, like, so you do have the informed consent, right? Because it's in your paperwork, right? Like there's informed consent. You have to go
If you
through.
can understand it.
Yes, if you can understand it, you have to go through the HIPAA privacy notices every time you go to a physician's office or to an imaging center. The first thing they're going to give you is a notice of privacy practices and your HIPAA, right? When all that gets leaked to them, that's always a problem. I mean, there are outages all the time.
Hospitals have not been getting hit as badly as universities in since this calendar year, but there's still lots of time.
Yeah, 23andMe is kind of painful. It's interesting though, right? Like, so one of my friends
About that.
I feel like that's a Dr. Copeland acknowledgement. But also, I mean, one of my friends who's a neuroscientist with me at the university, he's a postdoc, and he literally messaged me today with like his genome, because he had his genome sequenced. And I was like, wait, which company? I was like, which company did you use? He's like, this is where I made a video of where my blue eyes are exactly located on my genome. And it's such a fun video. And I'm like, I love this. Like, it was so fun. But also, it's such nerdy, huh?
You got a link to that somewhere?
No, he didn't make it public or anything. He just was sharing because, and as a scientist, like, that's a super
that's the nerd
thing.
shit.
It's the nerd shit. I'm all about it. And I was like, oh my god, I love this so much. And he like highlighted it in blue, and he's like, this is what makes all the ladies go crazy. And I was just like, LOL. Like, no. But the fact is, and I was like, oh wait, hold on, which company did you use? And it's an even more comprehensive, more inclusive company that tests for over 20,000 genes that are implicated in breast cancer versus under 100 that normally like something like 23andMe would test for, right? Whether or not that's all necessary, again, sometimes over information is a problem. But there's a lot of other things. Now I'm not a geneticist. Still neuroscientist, cell biologist, stem cell biologist.
Just a neuroscientist and cell biologist.
But I'm not a geneticist, right? So that's not, we all know basics. We all could teach like a basics genetics course. Like all of us who are in biology could most likely teach every single basics course that needs to be taught. And then it's, when you get into the specializations of 400 level, graduate level and above, then it requires your specialization. So where Benjamin flips out. But regardless, you end up, I was kind of looking through it today, and it's a bit expensive, but it's also like, gosh darn it, I've wanted to do that for a while, and if I could trust this biotech company, if I could trust the physician that actually founded it and stuff, and I do my research about it, I'll share. I trust my postdoc buddy, but, I think, I don't know. I think the government already has access to so much of your information at this point that I don't want to say it's pointless to try to protect yourself. It isn't pointless. I think that there's just a significant amount that's already going on, and that's why like AI always throws me off. We're already at 10:30 in the evening, and I was supposed to get through some more trainings. Every single clinic, every single hospital that you work at, every single place you rotate through, you have to do a completely new onboarding, and it's really frustrating. It's really annoying. And today I spent half the day dealing with multiple people on email chains trying to be like, does she have access to this yet? She needs access to this in order to be able to work. And then it's like, it started with like 3 people that were on the email, then suddenly like IT's on the email, and then like 9 more people, and you're just like, dude, just fix the goddamn problem.
And it's like, all she needs is login.
Then they're like, you have to go into work and all. You have to actually go to the hospital site to do it. Like, no, thank you. Like, no, thank you. I can access it.
You crazy.
I can access this from home. I will punch in and punch out from home in the middle of the night if I have to. But yeah, no, pain sucks. I definitely didn't want to move from anywhere today. I wanted to get a lot more done today.
You don't recommend pain?
I don't recommend having to live with pain.
Negative 10 out of 10?
Negative 10 out of 10.
So there was this pain scale that I learned about recently where the scale was, I think the max on the scale was like under 200, and it was designed more with a chronic pain type of patient in mind. There was a
100? I don't know that yet.
no, it was over 100. So like the normal, you walk into whoever's room and there's like the 0 to 10 pain scale, right? Like where would you place childbirth on 0 to 10?
I cannot attest to any of that personally, so sorry. I'm very careful.
Over a
There we go. Miss Nancy says 20 or 30. There you go. 20 or 30 out of 10.
But the point is that over 10 at minimum, right? So it illustrates that the 0 to 10 scale doesn't really cover the realistic entire range of pain. And so as a result, they rescaled the pain scale and they put childbirth at somewhere near 100. And then like the above 100 to, I think the max on it was like 185 or something like that. I don't remember what the top of the scale was, but like fibromyalgia was over 100. It was greater than birth.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it would be. I don't know. I can't personally make that make that a thing.
Some say it's nothing, and some say it's really painful.
Of course.
That depends too.
Yeah, but I mean, every body is different, right? So.
But sure, I believe that it's over 100. Oh yeah.
I would, when I learn that, I'll talk about it for sure. I don't mind acknowledging that I don't know what I don't know. It's fine. But pain management is a difficult position to be in too. I've had accidents and then had to go to like pain management, persons, post surgery, post whatever, and that's a difficult place to be. And there are things that you can get. So one thing that's helped me as an athlete has definitely been PRP, platelet-rich plasma injections. Those are 50-50 according to who you speak to. I'm so mad. Like I definitely wanted to get this work done, and I just rolled up.
I thought PRP was like superficial only. I didn't think it went.
It joints.
Is it injectable?
It's injectable. So what you do is you separate. You have a blood draw, and then you separate into the platelet-rich plasma, which is a clear yellowish kind of fluid.
Sure, and I've heard about it for like facial rejuvenation and hair shit. I just didn't know it was injectable.
Oh yeah, no. It's injectable. I don't believe it's used topically, but I could be wrong. Someone can check me on that if they want. Like the other day, clinics and stuff, who knows what surgeons know what. So like one of the things about a GLP-1 like Ozempic or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of these things that people are on, and first and foremost, I think they're miracle drugs. I believe everybody should have access to them. I think that they're absolutely insane in their power to be able to reduce your A1C and your sugar counts and help treat chronic illness and insulin resistance. And in addition to the weight loss, the weight comes off, and then people
we'll see where the dust settles on all of that, because this is definitely not the first intervention we've seen where there was all sort of positive preliminary data for.
No, it's not preliminary anymore. This has been over 4 decades worth of work. But GLP-1s have been around for a long, long time. They just surged in popularity after their secondary trait of weight loss ended up becoming, a little bit more well-known and solidified, right? So when it became more commercialized, to be able to use them for weight loss for, commercial purpose, what's the word I'm looking for? Superficial purposes and things like that.
Medicine.
Yeah, I mean, it is really a part of lifestyle medicine. Now, take a patient who's 400 pounds, 300 pounds, has never been able to get rid of the weight in their life, has food noise, has the inability to regulate their eating. People say, all you need is willpower, but the reality is that their brain and their feedback mechanisms are completely different. Everything is hormonally regulated, and there's a kink in the hormone regulation, right? There's something.
An addiction, would that be unfair categorization?
Calling what an addiction?
Like
food because it
Maybe
activates
the ability to restrict your eating.
it would be unfair. It would be unfair because it's a hormone loop. It's a feedback loop.
Okay.
Once one hormone goes up, then once so it's a hormone regulation like feedback loop mechanism. It's an aberration in the mechanism somewhere, right? Like either you aren't getting enough of the hormone, or you're getting too much of the hormone, or you don't have enough receptors of the hormone, or you don't have enough activation of the receptors for the hormones, or you don't have a proper feedback loop to your brain that allows you.
Something in the process is broken somewhere.
Yeah, something in the process is broken.
It's not a matter of taking diet or something.
Yeah, no, I mean you can, and there are people who will have this willpower, but in this case, it's also regulated by hormones.
Yeah.
And
Biochemistry.
it's the biochemistry of the matter, right? So what you hear from people often, I mean, Oprah just started GLP-1s, right? And she realized that people live this way without thinking about food all the time, because it's a reality for those who don't have that feedback mechanism or that inhibition or whatever correlation there is. It's a reality to think about food all the time. What am I going to eat? What am I going to eat next week? What am I going to eat when I go out with my friends? Like, I'm hungry now. Like, what's going on? There's something wrong with your satiety levels. There's something wrong with your hunger and appetite, messaging that your brain is receiving. And therefore, you need to regulate it. And what GLP-1s do is they help the regulation, and different ones have different mechanisms of action to do it, but they're all basically similar in that they allow this noise, this what's called food noise, to calm down. And suddenly a patient is thinking clearly. They're not worried about their next meal. They're not worried about having to eat because they're satiated. And once you combine that alongside, the first line of quote unquote defense is always, lifestyle and diet, right? Like, exercise more and eat less, or eat better quality foods, or increase, satiety, like high nutritional value foods, etc. and so forth. But that doesn't work for everybody. So when you acknowledge that there's a possibility, that there's wonders, and so, now these patients are going from 400 pounds, 300 pounds, and they're beginning to be able to move their joints without the pain that they always felt with the extreme pressure that was placed on their limbs and their joints. And suddenly they're able to start walking and they're enjoying themselves. And suddenly they're able to take part in exercise programs that they were never able to do before because it was just too painful to do so.
Yeah, and a lot of things change in their mind too. It's a mindset.
Yeah, and then you believe you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you start to believe you can do it, and maybe it's slow going, but suddenly, oh my gosh, something that I was never able to do, something that I was never able to access, I can suddenly walk. I can walk for more than a mile at a time. I can go up and down on a step, or I can do, these jumps now that my body was never able to handle the pressure of. I'm able to go and walk up a hill and not feel winded afterwards, right? All of these other concurrent issues, the hypertension, the hyperlipidemia, the diabetes, and the majority of people who have diabetes have type 2 diabetes, which is adult onset, right? Which is partially impacted by insulin resistance, right? These things start to heal. And once they start to heal, patients feel better. And once they feel better, they increase their quality of life. It's not a cheat.
But Asha, that is therapy, I guess, for it to guide these people who have it becomes a mental issue, because you cannot think of things.
I mean, I think definitely, behavioral therapy should be,
Yeah. I think
also in place, because suddenly, and then of course there's the society's role that ends up being like, wow, you look great, and these are people who have struggled with what their external image potentially has been their entire lives, It's hard if you don't place your value and your basis internally, rather than externally.
Guidance is also important in this whole road where they're going through.
Of course. And I think, again, like I said, I think it should be available to everyone. I think that it was so cost prohibitive at first, right? It was $2,000 a syringe, and that syringe lasted you 3 weeks, or if you really stretched it. And you're going to need that therapy. Now, one of the hard things is that most people will be on them for life, because the instant they stop, the weight will come back. Unless you've truly
some
lifestyle changes.
And they get the guidance through the whole process. That I
Oh, you would hope so. You would hope so. I mean, it's hard enough to have a physician who's well versed. So one of the things that I know, like I saw, and this is one of the problems, and this is one of the things that if you go to the ER in the United States, and I've personally lived through this, and I've also, witnessed it, and I do my part when, wherever I'm working or placed, I always do my part to make sure that a patient's note and their charting is accurate as I can make it. And one of the things is, a patient came in and somehow it was attributed that they had a GLP-1. But it was also a patient who came in who actually needed emergency surgery. Like I don't want to say emergency, urgent, being on something like Ozempic or tirzepatide or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of the GLP-1 agonists is the fact that you cannot be on it prior to surgery. It will complicate the surgical procedure. It interacts with, I want to say that it interacts with the anesthesia, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm certain I can look it up. But you have to be off. You have to be off your meds for like a good week so that it gets out of your system.
And that time is the funniest word.
You can aspirate. Ash, you can aspirate.
Well, I mean, I think you can aspirate in any surgery. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's specific to GLP-1s though. Like, is there like an
My
increase
sister,
rate?
yeah, she was. That's I know that's what they had said that if they have to incubate, yeah, they could aspirate from the incubation. So that was one of the things.
Incubation is what you do with eggs.
Oh, I don't know that word at all. Listen, I'm not a medical professional. I just know what they told me.
I know. I just found it so funny that we were talking about something that you do for like eggs for chickens to hatch.
So wait, it's not incubate. What's it called?
It's with a T. It's with a T.
She does this to me all the time. I get my words mixed up.
No, it's fine. I'm teasing. It's with a C as in Tom. So incubate is with a C, and incubate with a tube is with a T.
Is that like a tube? My mom.
Yeah, it's the tube. It's the tube that they have to stick down the airway. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Intubate.
The cause of many poor takes during the pandemic.
And incubate, you still stick things in other things, but it's not a tube down an airway.
It's not a tube down an airway or a little chicken's throat. A little chickadee. So, anyways, I'm a fan. I see what good it does. And the side effects are harder for some people than others, but also it can be eased by changing which GLP-1 you're on, right? So, it also can be eased. It's also the microdosing. It's also the fact that people do not take in enough fiber. They don't take in enough multivitamins. If you add fiber to your diet and you're unable, so one of the reasons that it works so well is that your digestion is slowed, which makes you feel fuller for longer. Which allows you to not eat as much and remain in a calorie deficit, right?
Would that also not cause potentially like a higher constipation?
Yes, and that's why you would want to take fiber. First and foremost, for anybody with constipation, increase your hydration and increase your fiber intake, right? It'll help ease along what's going on in your digestive tract. So the GI tract will push it along. So the peristalsis, the movement that the intestines have in pushing your waste out, is slowed so that you feel fuller longer. But it also can contribute to constipation. It can also contribute to hemorrhoids. There's a lot of GI issues that occur. I mean, that's exactly where the mechanism of action is taking place for a majority of what's happening.
The part that fucks with me is that, and tell me if this is true, when you leave, when you're not taking it anymore, those suppressant effects aren't present, so there's a risk of gaining weight back and,
Right.
going back to old behaviors.
Right. And so that's why the behavior therapy is so important, right? Like changing your mindset about food is so important. Learning what foods are better for you is so important. And I mean, even like it's funny because one of the best obesity doctors that I know, he always says, you know, I still have patients who are physicians. We all know better. We all know, right? Like, that's just how it works.
Keep it under control. Go to your doctor regularly, so you fall back.
It's just we're gonna see. We'll see more data come in. Hopefully sooner than later. I will prescribe those ubiquitously. I think it's a great way to better the health of all. I mean, we already have a 40 to 50% obesity rate here in America. It's absolutely ridiculous. It should never be this high. And I mean, that's just contributory factually to a bunch of problems, you know, and more
The highest rate amongst nations.
yeah, we are not so good at being
We're number one.
We're not so good at being healthy, and that's a problem. And MAHA is not a health advocacy group at all. And don't let me get on the soapbox now. Okay? No, I'm just speaking about one thing that I truly appreciate, and I think is underappreciated because of the stigma that society has placed upon it. Oh, you need a drug to help you? Oh my God, you failed. No, nobody is a fucking failure. Sorry, I cursed. I know. Bro's not here, so his kid can't be listening. No. It's better for me, and then I can keep my professional head on better. But also, I mean, it's just so problematic at that point, you know? It causes harm. So, I am changing the last of my curtains to, what is it, when you can't see through them, the blackout ones. So, you know, people can't peep Tom into my house anymore.
Trying to get some high chicane.
A little bit. I mean, I like natural light a lot, and I get a bit of it in here, but I don't get enough of it. I feel like there's never enough natural light.
Why did you choose blackout curtains over like mirror tints?
Not my place. I rent. Also, I just needed the easiest way of doing this. So, a bunch of men came over, did some manual labor.
Some men things.
Some manual labor, because I don't feel like breaking a nail, because that's part of my job.
These things are insured. I can't risk them.
Do you know that it's really difficult to insure your body parts, especially as a model? It's really difficult.
We're insured by Lloyd's of fucking London.
And expensive. Depends what you do.
And it's insanely expensive. Yeah. It's like, I mean, I make good money with my hands, legs, feet, belly holding, but I do not make that kind of money. Or it's like thousands and thousands of dollars for the year just to insure them. I mean,
do the hand models have a union? Because I think we could negotiate kind of right.
We do not. Actors have the union. SAG after you. And we do have like the Model Alliance, which is actually super helpful. So I've known the founder of Model Alliance for a long time. It's a, but you know, if you're assigned to an agency in New York, and which I'm told is probably like the hardest set of agencies to sign to, especially if you're trying to come from abroad. Like they had so many. Like I was kind of shocked at how much the European ladies would have to do in order to get signed to like my agency. Like I'd be like, wait, what do you mean you need all these tear sheets and stuff? Like, really? Oh, that's awful. Like it's awful.
With the AI hand models in a way.
Oh God, they're awful. I can tell like within an instant that that's not a real hand and that's a garbage image, and it's like no hand model in their right mind would ever be seen. And no hand model that actually knows what they're doing would ever pose like that. Blah blah blah. It's very.
You know what really gives it away though? The 6th digit.
Of course, every time. But I mean, you know, everything's gonna refine more, and it's kind of frustrating because, you know, I mean, we have higher rates than an editorial in the middle of Vogue, right? Like, it just takes away our money. It just takes away our money.
How many hand models are there in the U.S. or globally? It doesn't have to be citable. You can just estimate.
I mean, my agency I would say there are about 20 of us that regularly work, maybe.
That's a hand model agency?
Yeah, that's like parts agencies, right? So there's a few of them across the country.
Okay.
Actually, I haven't heard from
Or
them.
less than a dozen?
Yeah. Less than a dozen, absolutely. Like I think there's maybe three. I think there's maybe three that are worth signing to in the entire country.
Well, I'm trying to get a total sample size, so.
Well, I mean, there are other agencies. So my fashion editorial agency, right, like the one that you do runways through and all that stuff, like they have a hand model, like they have a parts modeling division, right? But it's usually like we are all signed to the top three agencies in the country. Like we're all signed to the same agencies because there are only a few that actually specialize in couture and boutique stuff. So there are different hand models as there are different models, right? Like you have like high fashion editorial hand models, which are the long, skinny, long fingers and, you know, skinny ass, like freaking long legged feet and legs that you see in all those advertisements for high end companies like couture companies like Bottega Veneta, you know, Tiffany's and all that stuff. So then, you know, those are the types of hands and legs that they want to have for that, right? Because they're high end editorials. Then you have like the regular quote unquote hand models, the ones that are like holding the items like maybe an iPhone, right? Or
And electronics, yeah.
with electric, like working with like a kitchen thing, like you can handle. And it's fascinating because somebody had made a comment about, it's so funny, the GLP-1 agonists, right, like the Ozempics and stuff, they came out in pill form, and the first company to acquire the pill form was Serena Williams's husband's company, healthcare company, RO. And so they used an AI freaking hand model on that, number one, definitely AI, and it was chubbier, so it was a larger bodied hand specifically. And people are like, ew, why are these like ugly hands being used? And I'm like, I can explain this because I am a model and I can tell you what it is. This is like a regular lifestyle hand, number one. Number two, definitely AI, but I didn't mention that part. The nail beds are shorter. So for editorial and high fashion, you have really, really, really long nail beds. For anything that's like a regular something that's being marketed to like the majority of a population, then you use a larger bodied hand and shorter nail beds. And those are considered lifestyle hands. And so you would fit, yeah, I know. Y'all really want to know this, right? So you would fit into one or the other. So when it comes to medications, right, Row is indicated for larger bodies. Row is indicated for diabetics who also have swelling in their hands. And if you gain weight in your fingers too, right? Like that's one of the things that a lot of people out there, they lose a significant amount of weight. They're like, I didn't know my toes and my fingers looked like that kind of thing, right? Like you lose weight everywhere. So those are the reasons that you would use a larger bodied hand in that specific advertisement. Like, does that make sense? If you have a medication that's indicated for obese people, you're not going to use a skinny bitch. Yeah, sorry.
You're trying to show the before or the after?
Well, you're showing the patient that it's mainly marketed to, right? So like there's a lot of, like I remember I was posting about a specific, you know, casting that came across my feed, and I'm like, my agents are trying to submit me for this plus size casting thing, right? And mainly part of it was because it was a medication that was specific, you know, for obese people, but then there's also medications that you get cast for in ads that they cannot be used with people who are obese, morbidly obese, class 3 obesity, whatever term you need to use, larger body, et cetera, and so forth, that makes people happy. But the reality is that those medications are contraindicated for obesity because it would kill, like it would harm an obese person versus a person in a smaller body. Like that's just what it is. There was what was the medication I'm trying to remember. I mean, this was a long time ago before I went back into medicine. And I remember posting and they're like, why can't the obese people be considered for this? And I'm like, because it would kill an obese person to take it. Like it's literally contraindicated. If you take this medication and you're like, it's like birth control, okay? The one thing that larger body people were not told was that certain birth controls don't work as well. They're simply just not as effective. And that is directly due to the larger fat percentage.
At the dosages too low, you mean?
And at the dosages that are normally prescribed, right? Because it doesn't dissolve, it doesn't have the same mechanism of action in that specific quantity and concentration. And you have patients that come in and they're like, why wouldn't I be told this? Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That's a problem. You know, not only like, you know, it should be on the practitioner, but then, you know, and then you end up getting yelled at because, you know, you're trying to say something that's like factually correct. And it's very frustrating when I hear something like that because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible because you deserve to know whether or not there's a possibility that this might not work in the same manner.
And you get pregnant.
And then you get pregnant.
And
And, you know, maybe the patient didn't want to be pregnant. Maybe birth control is being used to modify and moderate, you know, pain from periods. Maybe the birth control is being used for something else, and you're still not getting the same kind of effectiveness. So there's a lot, right? So people are complaining, oh, why aren't they like, because it's not indicated for that group of people. It's not indicated for that population. You know, and it's kind of hard too because it contributes to stigmas as well. You know, when you have HIV medication and it's being marketed towards a certain group of people, that stigmatizes
contraindicated is.
Huh?
Contraindicated is because I've used that.
It's not meant for those people, right? So contraindicated means that there's an adverse contract, CONTRA. Against. Contra means against. Indicated means, you know, attributed to, indicated for, you know, like, if it's a hypertensive patient, right? If you have like hypertension, which is high blood pressure, you know, there are medications that you can't take at the same time, right? So if you're on certain cardiac medication, you can't take Viagra. It's contraindicated. Does that help?
Is CPR indicated for cardiac arrest? It is indicated.
There you go.
Is CPR indicated for pregnancy?
Yeah, no, it is. You've got to just be higher on the rib cage. You can still give CPR to a pregnant person, but you can't.
Yeah, but I mean, just for being pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like is drinking, like, you know, not even drinking, but like it's meant for pharmacology, right? Like it's meant for medications more so than it is for like procedures too.
Medical interventions.
Yes, medical interventions. So there you go.
Contraindicated.
Indicated or not indicated for the specific population or the specific affliction. Why can't I find the other blackout curtain? I just took another Zaprosol, so I think I'll go to bed.
La. She's gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I think I'll go to bed soon. But I'm okay. I'm still running around because I know I opened an entire box of the curtains, and I kind of want to put this other one on, and I took this guy off.
How long does it take you once you get into bed to actually fall asleep?
I'm
so like awake right now.
I'm totally awake right now because I'm walking around. No, I'll pass out. I'm debating, do I do my modules first and then pass out, and then I have to get up and get ready. My shift is at 7 tomorrow, I think. I forget.
You do your modules and pass out.
I think that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. You guys can come along for the ride if you want. No, I can't be I can't be blaring out confidential hospital shit. That'd be so funny. Who wants to take my hypnosis modules with me? Every single one you redo the same crap that you already know. It's so annoying.
I know they make you sign an NDA, but like I imagine you can actually find those modules online. Like
I would be. I mean, if you do, then you're gonna find half of, like, I don't want to say half, but you'll find all the medical things that I've been like modeling for. That'd be really funny. It's only supposed to be for internal use. So like, they have like images of me like slamming like insulin or epinephrine into my leg. Like there's like videos of me doing that. Yeah, they'll give you this fake injector pen, and you know they're like, here, can you come in? You know, like they'll have the manicurist on set, and you know you'll get your nails done and like the whole thing, and then your legs have to be all ready for it, and you're like sitting there, and then they'll have a fake leg for you, so you know.
A fake leg,
That's
right?
all, a fake leg, because then they have like a different viewpoint. Like this was so funny. I remember the first medical like shoot, and then they'll have a different viewpoint, and you'll slam the like injector into that leg. And part of booking that kind of work also is your skin tone, right? So my skin tone is pretty fair in general, and it's just like kind of almost medium. It's almost medium, so it can go darker or it can go lighter. So the lighting that they use, depending on which kit they're using it for, you know. So where is this ad gonna run? You know, I did an ad for turkey one time, and I remember being like, "Oh, this is funny." Like, "Oh, this is funny." Okay. There's so many reasons why they choose what they choose, but they've also darkened the crap out of me to the point that I'm like nearly chocolate. And like, you should have seen those makeup artists. Like actually it was a black woman who was the makeup artist, and she's sitting there like slamming on like tons of makeup so that my skin is so dark, and I'm like, oh my god.
And then it's green eyes popping out. Wow.
Well, I mean, and then it's funny because, you know, like there's like I'm like, if you saw the palms of my hands and the rest of me, it's like, I remember putting everything next to my face and being like, my God.
And who's gonna take it off?
Oh, yeah, they wipe it all down.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, sometimes you get really lucky and you have a shower at the studio when you have like something like that happen, but I can't find these curtains. Like, where did they go? Like, what did I do with them?
You have a cellar, put it there, put it in the fridge by accident because you're talking to us.
Probably, right? Absent-minded.
Yeah.
God forbid. How was the rest of your day, Miss Nancy? You were kind of quiet most of the day that we weren't.
Yeah, it was weird.
Benjamin.
I had to do it outdoors, so I was listening with my headphones on.
Oh, nice. Were you gardening today?
Oh no, bad weather. Unfortunately not.
Oh, what's in your garden?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Frozen?
I don't know. I have a feeling I know what's in her garden.
I flower everything. No. And then it's spring, and then all those colored flowers come out, and it's so nice to sit in it.
AJ, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm laying in bed, listening, getting ready for snoozy time.
Snoozy time.
Snoozy time. Yeah.
I should go to. It's 5 o'clock here.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I shift my days. I get up at 2 or 3. That's the same time as you get up. And it's like 7 or 9 in the morning between. So, and that's at 2 o'clock for me. Yeah, because it's winter time. It's dark anyways. I can do nothing outside. So yeah, it doesn't matter that I stay in bed in the morning where everybody's already doing their stuff, but they are already, the whole world's already to bed. I mean, the whole world around me is. And they get up in a few hours, and then I go to sleep.
So wait, so you're opposite, so you sleep at like in morning times?
Yeah, and then I take my 8 hours sleep, 7, 8 hours. And it's like 2 o'clock, so 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, then I get up. And then if I get my hours of sleep, I don't mind. As soon as I get stay up this late and then I don't get that sleep, yeah, then it will, my body will reject it. Will protest, so you say.
Yeah, I have to get my sleep. I don't sleep. It's like the worst thing ever for me.
Oh yeah?
I need
How long can you sleep?
I sleep like 10 hours.
Then you have difficulty sleeping. Well, it doesn't matter. You have 10 hours. I thought you stayed awake or something.
I do. I sleep well. Every time I tell somebody, I'll be like, Oh, okay.
You probably need to rest.
Yeah, I love dreaming. It's for me, and I have really awesome dreams and very detailed ones. Like, and I can actually go back to like wake up from a dream and go back to the same dream.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so for me, it's like a whole other world when I'm sleeping, and it's just so cool.
You're like lucid dreaming then.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so vivid.
I do that sometimes. I'll wake up and then I'll go back to bed and then I'll be in the same dream.
Yeah, as long as it's not longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've built like houses and towns and people in my it's like this whole group of people like thing that's in my dreams. It's only in my dreams, and I feel like it's like Inception almost. It's so cool. And I go back to the same places, and it's what I'm. The only thing that I have is when I'm stressed out about something. Then I'll have like someone's chasing me dreams, or I didn't finish something I was supposed to do, or I have to pack and I don't have the right stuff, and those kind of dreams. That's like when I'm stressed. I'll get those. I don't know. I'm not a fan about those type of dreams. But other than that,
Have you tried lucid dreaming?
yeah. I started lucid dreaming about 10 years ago. Yeah, I did that.
I can't induce it. I don't know. It's happened to me like 2 or 3 times. That's crazy though. You control your dreams. What?
Yeah. What technique did you use? Did you use your hand technique?
I didn't use any technique. I just went to bed and like weird shit happened.
So one of the techniques, and the one that worked for me, there's probably others, but so you look at your hand before you go to bed, and you say, "When I see my hand, I know I'm dreaming." So when you start to dream, like drift off and stuff.
I don't wake up from those dreams, so that's the problem.
Well, it's more like I can control. It's more like I'm aware that I'm dreaming. Like, have you ever had a dream in a dream?
Yep.
So it's similar to it's similar to like a dream in a dream. However, because you're kind of aware you're dreaming in the first dream, but you're not sure you're dreaming. So it's very similar to that. So I kind of in my mind am slightly aware, but I'm still in REM sleep. That this is a dream, and then from that I can basically go do what I want to do. And be like, all right, well, let's start flying. That'd be cool. I'm just like,
I cannot hold anything. I drop everything. And they hand me something over. I feel it, and it feels so heavy, and it trips over. It doesn't matter what it is. I cannot hold it. Anything. It's so strange. And the feeling is just strange because I know that I'm dreaming, so I know somebody gave me something that's like very real. So I take it over, and as soon as I have it in my hand, I feel the heaviness, and I try to hold up, and I just can't, and it just falls, and I try it again, but it doesn't work. And that's what I have in my dreams when I pick something up, or mostly if somebody gives me something. Can you hold this? Of course, but I can't. Of course, it's like dropping it right away.
that's super specific. And interesting. No, it's very interesting because that well, that when we dream, we are in a state of paralysis. And, you shouldn't have made me wrong about that, but what I'm understanding is.
Only in your dreams you can do anything. I cannot run. When I run, my legs were like I'm in sand, running in sand. It won't move.
That's cool. That's like it,
And you don't have that?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I think everybody has their own thing. Like mine are more like I'll be at. But actually, mine are like in a hotel or something, and the walls are falling into the ocean. That's like a recurring. Yeah, like I'm just like I can't there's nothing I can do about it because it's just I'm in this hotel room and it's just it's collapsing on itself and it's on like a pier and it's just like I'm just bracing myself and I'm going down with the ship.
Yes, you cannot stop it or something.
Right, I can't stop it.
But you have that whole feeling goes with you.
Right, it does. And that's why I need the 10 hours, because if I wake up from a dream like that, I need to go back to sleep and reset myself, like a better dream, because I don't want to wake up with that dream.
I wake up and I'm glad that I woke up and I go like, oh, luckily I didn't drop anything.
Maybe that's our working.
I definitely get to a point in dreaming where whether or not like, I'll force myself out of the dream when it gets really bad.
Yeah.
Like you have to. Like there's not like I mean, but I don't know. It's been a couple of days. Like I don't remember my dreams recently at all. It's when they're like really bad, or if like someone's done me dirty in my dreams. I don't remember them. You know.
Do they shoot back up your dream, or is it
Like no, it's like you know how they joke all the time in all those little relationship reels, like you cheated on me in my dream.
Men get mad at your boyfriend because he
You get mad at the man.
But I didn't do it. Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Don't you know you did? And then I remember, oh my gosh, I would have these dreams, and I would always like be like, dude, you threw this party, and there were all these other girls there, and you refused to acknowledge me, and this was terrible. Last one was all like, oh well, it was only a dream. You know what happens in dreams aren't real. And I was like, no, you did this. This is so wrong. I feel like you absolutely did this, and you'd be like, you need to just go back to bed. And I was like, no, you need to like rectify this situation. Why is this happening? And then eventually I'm sorry I did that to you.
he's wearing down?
Oh my God. No, he would throw all these parties. There would be all these women. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, excuse me, what just happened here? Why are you like with these two all night? I guess they look very cute. That's fine, but that's not, no. Every single time, it's always him throwing a party at his place. Like, I'd be like, your apartment was filled. And, it's New York, so, yeah.
It's horrible. Oh my God.
I would just...
I would make such a bad video. Like, oh, you did this.
Back him away. Like, what is wrong with you?
He just opened his eyes in the morning. Good morning, Ralph. No, don't call me Ralph. Don't love me now.
You deserve it. It's fine.
Don't sweetie me up today.
No.
And it's more great when he asked, and with who did I do it? It's funny.
The funniest dream I had actually recently was I had a dream that I swear this is a dream. So I'm on Clubhouse having a conversation with Benjamin.
No, you dreamed about Benjamin?
Arguing about Judaism. It was in my dream.
What did Benjamin say?
Wait, is it because I'm not saying arguing about what Judaism is? And it was like it seeped into my, because we actually did have that conversation, and it seeped into my dream, the same scenario, and I'm like, I can't get rid of it.
Could you change it?
Yeah, it was a short one because the conversation didn't go long. But then, when I woke up from it, I was just like, oh, did I have a dream about that? So, yeah.
And then Benjamin,
Yeah.
But one time, with all of this going on in the background, I think I felt like I was at like a Benjamin dinner party. I can't remember what the dream was.
you were at a Benjamin
He creeped into your
dinner
dream
party.
too.
Well, yeah, if you fall asleep and everybody's talking in your ear, it can happen. So it fed into the dream.
Wait, I think it was at that dinner party too. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know, right? Asian.
You were all there at the table.
Hi, Marshall. Hi, Caleb. Pro returns.
Hey guys, hey bro.
Hey, hi.
I was at a poker game. I had to play poker now and then.
Ah,
Did you win?
I won a couple
couple of them? What?
I won a couple $100. Yeah.
Oh. And that's
So
short
I need
time.
to take up some poker playing instead of hanging out in Clubhouse.
It's good. It's like the local dudes who I know. Like we played for a few hours. It's like nothing.
And you rip them off.
No, actually, I'm not leading with the most. Actually. Nope.
Wow. How high is your stake?
We buy in for 100. You can buy in anytime, whenever, if you bust out. But my goal is always to have one buy-in, play the 3-4 hours. If I make money, great. If not, fine.
Yeah.
And it's the cost of entertainment, you know. So
Yeah. That's right.
yeah,
Oh, I love it.
tripled up for the night. I'm pretty happy. What's the conversation right now? What's going on?
Oh, AJ was dreaming about Benjamin and Asha was at the dinner. At the dinner. What's
We were sharing our dreams from. Apparently, I think Benjamin showed up. Pro might have been there.
In your real dreams?
In real dreams, when I fall asleep every once in a while, and this space ends up going on.
Yeah, and they both dream about Benjamin.
He creeps
You know,
up.
Benjamin's a dreamy kind of guy.
I just want to make sure say that I don't dream about Benjamin.
I was not talking to you, dude. I was talking to
That would be a little creepy.
Yeah. We'll get dream about it. It will
But yeah, I
happen.
could try. I could put in a good college try tonight.
I've never been more
Good
pressed
old
with
college.
remembering my dreams. What if I dream about Benjamin but I never remember? So that's like great.
And you dream it every day, you don't know.
That's right.
As soon as you wake up, you gotta write it down. It's fresh in your mind.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
You don't want to write that down. How long are you back, bro? Have you listened for the whole time?
No, I'm checking that. I was listening to you guys babble on.
Yeah, because you were not here, so we all just made conversation.
The health
Oh
one.
yeah. That too.
That's
doesn't-
good.
He doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to be here. Like, exactly. It was exact perfect timing. He was like, oh, did she stop talking about healthcare? Okay, I'm going to come back in now.
Hey,
I heard
it was.
you talking about running and stuff, and I was like, that's my chance to go.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Are you a
I
runner?
didn't have to pretend. I didn't hear it.
I said, I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that.
Oh, I heard it. Just saying, I didn't have to use my imagination. I just completely didn't hear.
Here's my thing about running. Running is like a thing that you have to do to escape bears and Nazis. And I'm like, why run for fun?
I'm with you.
So you can run faster.
Outrun bears. Right, so you can outrun bears and Nazis. I get.
You can outrun the bears and the Nazis faster, right? This is why women choose the bear. And I mean, Nazis shouldn't be acknowledged anyways, so.
I mean, I just have to be faster than you.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Listen to you.
See, that's the fun part. That's when I get to be like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's okay.
It's very sure.
Oh.
I was a sprinter in high school. I just can't go longer than, a couple hundred meters. I'm all done.
And you run to mom. Pepper. I mean it in a good way, man. Come on.
So you have no endurance. is
Mine
what
went
you're
faster
saying.
than legs.
Couple hundred meters and leave you in the back.
Yes,
and then
now
just carry
goes.
on with the job.
Yep, that's okay. AJ and I, we know what you were saying. You have no endurance. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah.
You know what I mean, Asha?
Miss Nancy knows what we mean. Yeah.
I mean, I could go slow 5 miles.
Yeah, but you don't rap that slow.
I rap slow.
You know, do the slow
You
jam.
rap slow. When did you rap slow?
Slow jam.
Your new song that I'm gonna
Remember
rap.
they had
Barack Obama slow jam the dudes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you cannot run, bro. As long as you keep the mouth running, it's good.
Oh shit, are we reverting back to 12-year-olds at this point?
Yeah. That's reaction from him.
Yeah, exactly. Put the pro in the hot seat.
I fully expected to hear all that.
Not, or do you?
No, I did.
You didn't?
I did.
We together, bro. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, oh my.
Mm-hmm. But apparently, we still entertain different people in the room. Oh. And they're all welcome to stay, but nobody comes on stage.
Oh, you know what? I forgot completely to do my laundry and wash my scrapes. F me.
Now what? You have a dryer?
No, I have it all. I just didn't. I didn't wash my scrubs for the morning.
Oh. Morning.
Are there hospitals that like give you drugs? I just only see this on TV, so.
No, it's fine. If you work in the OR,
Like,
Did you
Yeah,
say
it's
that?
fine.
I only see it on TV. Did you really say that?
no, they stick it in this machine and then old scrubs and new scrubs come out.
And it's television.
no, it's totally true. It's totally true.
Yeah,
Like
just
that,
get it.
okay, yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's totally true. Don't sweat it. You're not wrong. That's if you work in the OR. So if you are part of the OR team, if you're like part of any part of the OR team, then you go through the scrub machine because you have like so at one of the other hospital systems that I'm at, if you go and you're in the OR and you're assigned in the OR for the day, then you have to go into the locker room first and change out of your clothes, and you have to pick up from the scrub machine. And you put those scrubs on, and those are the scrubs that you wear for your shift. And when you get out, then you change back into your clothes and you throw the old scrubs into the machine to be sanitized, disinfected, and used the next day. Yeah.
Like everything. The how you say that? Instruments that they work with.
Well, that's different. That's in a different part of the OR.
Yeah, I know, but yeah.
Yeah, but everything is That's what the surgical techs do.
Yeah.
So there's and if you hear about a nurse who's like one of the OR nurses, like that's not taught in nursing school. It's actually like a separate training that has to be done after you get your license. So, if you hear about any perioperative nurses, that's what they did.
Yeah, it's very specific. If you don't put it on the right place.
And PAs learn 3 years worth of timing, and they work under the physicians or next to the physicians, and so that's the physician assistants here in the U.S. And then they can specialize into any unit, but they can switch out of their units and go to another one because they've been trained in all of them.
Yeah. Because I know that the one who has to clean it gets a full training too, and then have a surgeon operate somebody, then it must not lay like a fork and knife and a spoon, like that. It has to be in a certain order, otherwise when you just put it there, it would be a mess for the surgery. So the one who's doing the surgery.
Scalpel, please.
Yeah, and then you take a fork.
Yeah, you're right. Surgeon, like each surgeon has a different way that they like their trays arranged and things like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, trays, yeah, okay.
One of my favorite lines from any movie ever was from Rushmore, which is one of the best movies ever, where they're having dinner and the guy who was dating the girl, and the other guy, the young guy doesn't like, it, came from the hospital and he's wearing scrubs. And he, the young guy refers to it as his nurse's outfit, and he's like, these are OR scrubs. And then the best line is, oh, are they? It's just
Fucking great movie. What a great movie.
It's fucking. It is the best. That's the best.
Oh,
I think it might be the best movie ever. Partly because it has Bill Murray. So like, I don't think the greatest movie ever can't have Bill Murray.
Oh, Bill Murray is great.
Caddyshack. Caddyshack is hilarious. That's one of my favorite movies.
Some of those older Bill Murray movies don't exactly age well, but the movies that come in later in this group are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it's not a Bill Murray movie. It's Wes Anderson. That's kind of the key. And Olivia, what's her name? Olivia Williams. She's awesome.
Did you see the most recent, and actually Bill Murray was in it with Wes Anderson, Atomic something, I think. I can't remember the name. But they were going on a trip to see the hole, the crater hole that the asteroids.
Oh, it's the asteroid. I love Wes Anderson.
I can't hear you.
He's getting out of the car, I guess.
So what are we trying to figure out?
The movie
I'm just
Asteroid.
walking down the street, actually.
Okay. So what do you love about Asteroid?
I like the really weird color palette. It's just
Yeah.
And that was I think it was some kind of like nod to Technicolor or something, but I just I like it. I like that weird odd pacing, and I love Bill Murray. I love what Sanderson has like these go-to actors. I love all that shit. But whatever. What the hell? I just came back in the room. Why am I talking?
Yeah, we talked the whole time.
I just finished dinner and I drank a bunch of wine. And I walked in the room and talk.
So you cannot talk. That's the thing. But you cannot think and talk.
I can think or I can talk. I cannot think and talk. That's a good.
Get it?
I wanted to talk to Caleb about.
Oh, I was like talking and LOL. You wanted to talk to
Carry
him?
it, and he's gone.
Who knows? Some people will come back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, apparently there's been an anti-feminism room all day
Where?
here on this thing.
Anti-feminism.
I forget. Okay, let me see. What does it say? I'm gonna go to the hallway, right? That's the right word, hallway.
Imagine.
It says, has feminism helped or hurt modern women? Research purposes has, do women ask for too much? And then we have the Trump crisis and when he doesn't leave. That's our title. The gas station. I don't even know what any of this stuff is. I don't get it. Like, literally, it's funny because, like, next to none of the rooms, I like being an RPO if I'm not here. And then Ten's room. And, like, that's about it. I don't have any. I just went downstairs to put the laundry in and didn't bring the laundry down. Lord help me.
You see, you can do it.
It's already 11:30. I should have been sleeping. The problem is I took a nap. These are the dangers of feminism. Forget how to do laundry. You can't do the laundry for the man. All the men, they're not getting.
If I can only admit how many loads of laundry I put in and took out just today, this was cleaning day. Holy shit.
Oh, you should tell us next time so that I'm more inspired to do my laundry and not forget that my scrubs are dirty. I would have appreciated it. This is all your fault, kiddo.
Oh, are they?
Oh, are they?
Oh my god, I've been waiting my whole life to say that. Okay.
I'm so happy you gave me that opportunity. Oh, it's great. I don't want to dry my jeans. Last time they shrunk.
They shrunk?
Baby great jeans.
When I watched the baby shrunk, my jeans, they are too short for like, I'm sorry, they're too tight, like way too, and I'm like, I'm kind of fat ass. And then for like 10 minutes, and then they're like, they fit great for like an hour, and then they're like way too fucking loose, and they're falling off. Like it happens.
I'm sure your wife appreciates it when they fall off your bum like that. Sometimes that's a pretty picture. No? Not at all? Okay, I was trying to give you a positive.
It's nice. I would like to think it's true, but
It's nice.
you know, I only have one pair of jeans at a time. Is that weird? Like I was thinking about buying a new pair of jeans, and I'm like, wait, these aren't quite done yet. And
it doesn't have to be
I
done.
can have more than one pair of jeans. That's allowable, right? Like I don't.
Yeah. I have 10 or 20, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. But I really like, if it still works, I get another pair, so the other one will work longer. You know? It just change and then I can keep it.
This is an aspiration for me. I need to start staggering my jeans.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Seems excessive to me somehow, but.
No, I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I have too many clothes.
Here's the thing: when a pair of jeans are like dialed in, they're comfortable. Those are the only pair I want. Really rip or something stupid, and then I'm like, okay, that other pair.
Yeah. Then it's so new again.
You'll have to do, and then a week later, I'm like, I need my favorite jeans ever.
Yeah. My ex literally lived in this one pair of jeans, and all he would ever say is like, I've had these jeans since college. And he was like in his 40s, and he was just so proud of the fact that I've had these jeans since college. I still fit into these. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay.
You talk about jeans and 3 men come on stage. That's really ridiculous.
That's me. I wonder why.
Peculiar.
I didn't tell anybody that I was wearing my favorite jeans for my trip this week.
What I learned in our earlier room was that, oh shit, methyl blue was the original dye for jeans.
Methylene blue.
Methylene blue, thank you. That was like the Levi. That was the original blue dye.
Contributing to metabolic syndromes and
Levi.
alleviating
I remember.
mitochondrial DNA.
Oh, yeah.
No, but you can trust me because I'm a nurse.
Yeah. It's okay.
Actually, girl, I think
We had Levi's too. Everybody was wearing it.
from what I went.
Oh, it is, Miguel. It is. I was being
Indigo
sarcastic.
blue. That was weird. I don't know, but
It's not doing anything for you. Please don't take methylene blue.
Wait. The comment might have been more big on.
yeah, it was on the jeans. It wasn't on the drug. It was the original. I went to something, I don't know how, but it had the history of Levi jean, and they used indigo blue.
Indigo.
Yeah,
Is
indigo.
that just not another word for?
It's a tincture.
No,
It's natural indigo. It's natural indigo. Not
wow,
blue.
you know what? That sounds expensive. I bet methylene blue is a cheap substitute. I'm making up history on go here, but you know what?
But you're saying it with such confidence that
Yeah, no,
you
no,
shouldn't
no.
doubt it.
It's true. I'm not. But it's their best. Come on.
You sound weird.
I feel weird.
Yeah, you sound weird too. You sound how you feel. It's funny though. It's funny.
I feel good actually, but I do feel weird. I feel a little weird.
That's good. Why not?
I see Saturn low on the western sky. I see Orion to my left, and Jupiter's in the air. It's a
On
beautiful.
your left is where?
On my
North,
well,
south.
because you could guess what
I
I
wish
said.
there was a
On
nice
my-
outside
I'm
to
walking
see the
west.
constellation.
It's a lovely night.
It was, yeah.
The stars in the sky are very bright. If
Yeah.
Caleb was here, he would recognize that as a fish reference. He's not here. Caleb's the
On a
only
bright
other
day,
person
on a night like
this
this, I can take a picture of
who's
the
a
Orion. Very clear.
self-professed fish fan.
Take a picture, Harry.
Okay, of what? Of
Of the Orion, you can see it clear because
Orion,
now it's
okay.
the best
Oh,
time.
and you recognize, because I can't go outside here, it's too cold.
I have the
I
Orion.
miss looking at the sky like that.
Orion for me.
I don't know, it's 1%. How do I have so many dishes all day?
Oh, don't speak about dishes. When I do my dishes, it's like I have the whole family. It's not. It's only me and my 4 bitches.
Those bitches.
And they eat. My goodness. No, they're very sweet.
Bitches. Sorry. Okay. Hey, Elliot, welcome back.
Who?
wait, did you just say
Yeah,
I said 3 bitches.
that's what Miss Nancy said. And then
I
I
said
said,
3, not 4.
okay? Okay,
I thought you said
Okay.
4.
I'll give you that. That's a little less aggressive. But still, you said 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my name includes my 3 ladies. I can say lady. I can say rebels. I sometimes just say
It's all
bitch.
good. It's all good. It confused me a little. But
When they just sing to each other, I call them bitches.
I can be at home and refer to my 2 bitches, and I will definitely be talking about my dogs and not my wife and daughter. 100%.
Oh my. My.
But I also would never say that. Because I don't. It's a weird word.
No, it's a funny word because it's like a cute word when you know what they do. When they hiss at each other and they look at me like that, man, they really like our 2 bitches who's hissing.
Yeah, cats are more bitches than dogs. Like, what's up with that? Like, why do?
They are bitching to each other. You know, like women do.
You said it, not me.
You thought it. No. I just say.
I have to say, I'm trying to take some photos of Orion.
Yeah, did you work? Did it work out?
I'll try again.
I think that it works.
I'm a little.
Do you have an iPhone?
I do,
Yeah.
and a brand new one.
Oh yeah, then it will. You know what you can do that works better with me? Do as if you take a live photo, put that option on. Then what it does is it is adjusting, right? But then you go in the photo and you press on that you want to change it, and then it says live. You press on live, then it's like a little movie, and then you swipe it from left to right and see what's the best outcome. And that is what you choose as the front image, and then you have the best of the whole thing. If it doesn't work instantly, like one picture frame, this is like he's taking a few frames, and then you can choose the best of it. So like live photo. And then you can change, because otherwise you have one image and that's it. And if you use the live version, the live option, then you have like several options to choose from.
Right, that was.
Huh? Who? What?
I think he just didn't have.
Yeah, if he has an iPhone, the latest iPhone, but it's already been on the phone. I mean, what kind of phone you have is from iPhone 12 and up, or sooner. I'm not sure. But live pictures is always there. I'm not sure. But you can change it. So take the best of it from the shots that it took. It takes it from.
I would like to recommend that if you ever go to a small, tiny, local-owned shop and they create a pumpkin chocolate chip bread, you must get the pumpkin chocolate chip bread because it is probably one of the best things I've had in a long time.
Yeah, you told about it a few days.
Telling you about it again because it's really that good.
Yeah. Oh,
Should I send you a recipe if I find it?
yeah,
Business?
dude.
Hey, Asha, are you there? Can
Hi,
I ask you,
Miguel.
can I ask you a
Go
question?
ahead.
Can I ask you a question? I wasn't looking, sorry. My brain's kind of.
You're okay.
You're a biologist and microbiologist. Oh, yeah, you're a researcher in biology. And today I'm taking a pharmacology class. They mentioned monoclonal antibodies, right? As part of biosimilars, right? And then she mentioned that she like the teacher was like, she thinks that's going to be the thing that cures cancer. What's your thoughts on that? I know.
No, monoclonal antibodies were one of the first line defense, like one of the first line biologics that were used to treat COVID infections in the pandemic. Yeah, it's a biologic that treats COVID infections earlier in the pandemic, right? So before we had vaccines, we had monoclonal antibodies. So what they did was they were able to help the symptoms of COVID-19, right? They are functional and they work because they're targeting a specific antibody that is on the antigen presenting surface of the virus, right? Does that make sense?
Right. But
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, they can make monoclonal antibodies for like anything, like for cancer.
Yeah. So what's more appropriate? I mean, I'm sure you're a professor and I'm going to have some words about this. But what's more appropriate is something like CAR T cell therapy or, the mRNA technology and the basis for mRNA technology and the platform that's used in order to specifically target anything that has an antibody presence. Does that make sense? Antigen presenting presence. Does that make sense? Because it's specificity oriented, right?
Right.
So yes, the monoclonals are good, but the vaccine was better. And we have antivirals and retrovirals, right? So, So with like things like Paxlovid or any type of flu retroviral, like why is the name eluding me right now? It's such an obvious antiviral too. Everybody has it.
What?
The retroviral for a flu infection. The one that everybody like my brain is having a little bit of a fract right now.
No, you're doing your laundry at the same time.
Well, I put that in. I did. Thanks, Nancy. Apparently, I can't do my laundry and think of medication.
So is this something like remdesivir or something worth it then?
No, that's part of that was part of the therapy. Remdesivir was one of the monoclonal antibody therapies. Regeneron was another, but that was monoclonal.
Antiviral.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of like a specific one that everybody uses, for
You do a lot of things today already.
Miguel, how is that? Did you end up getting the flashcard set that I used for pharmacology? Is it helpful? Isn't it like I thought it was really helpful.
Yeah,
I actually.
The cool thing is it breaks it down to cardiovascular, nervous, musculoskeletal drugs and stuff. And right now, I can pull different drugs that I'm going to use for my class. Because we don't learn every drug. We learn the most ones that we're going to use as nurses. And then build from there. But I'm in my first week, and she just mentioned monoclonal, and she's like, here's like on a side note, take it from Drew. I think that monoclonal cancer therapy is gonna be what cures cancer. Eventually, once we get it right. And since she's just a nurse instructor, and she's not up to 100% speed, I asked you because that's what you're in the business of. You're the cutting edge of research. So I was asking if monoclonal rings a bell. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, monoclonals are good. They're good first-base therapy when you don't have anything else. I don't feel in any mechanism of action that monoclonals would be what's going to break down cancer and cure it. I don't feel that way. I think that actual gene therapy would be what actually cures, cancer. We have preventative therapies, right? Like, so the HPV vaccine, the Gardasil vaccine that prevents a human papillomavirus, that is it's not a cancer therapy, but it's a prevention because it prevents anal, oral, throat, vaginal, cervical, anal, I already mentioned anal, cancer for anyone who's actually sexually active, right? Like, so the majority of people who are sexually active are infected with HPV. About 75% of people, and prior to the studies, longitudinal studies that have now shown that anybody who got the HPV vaccine has a 0 indication rate of cancer for cervical cancer, right? So there's proof that it prevents cancer.
I like
it's important.
that you led and ended with anal. I know. Yeah.
I know.
Right, like the gutter on either end. Just go for it. I just read a headline. This would be a fun headline to talk about before we read the article. That Machado presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize. We should discuss this before we the article.
I saw that notification pop up earlier, but we were in the middle of the Brown case.
Brown, white,
Yellow, green, blue, purple, brown.
Hero, I think that was unfortunate, and the fact that Trump took it, you know what I mean? A good leader would have said, you know what? Thank you very much, but I can't accept it because I was given to you. But no, that cocksucker decides he wants to take it.
He wants to pretend that he's worthy of anything. Like, he just needs to spread his worthwhile. He knows he's not. So he had to make up a fake.
He's happy with the FIFA Nobel Peace.
I hate to say this, but I wake up every morning. The first thing I grab my phone is look at NBC for a headline that the old man had a heart attack. But man, it hasn't happened yet. And on that day, it'll be a good day. That's all I can say.
And that rhymed, and we appreciate your rhyme and your rhyming abilities, especially in this room.
It's true. It's a good day.
Anal bookends. That's what I was trying to say.
And I think that's
so much better than Bro.
Right in the middle.
12-year-olds, all of you, can't even have a serious conversation about
Hero,
Who's the one who did it?
I'm the one who did it.
Hero, I have a question for you.
did it.
Hero,
Okay.
What was in the middle? Hey, what was in the middle of anal bookends? What was in between those anal bookends, Hero?
No, it was anal all the way through.
There was nothing in between the anal?
Okay. Fuck. You didn't make me say it. There was
Meat of the conversation.
There was
What was the meat of the conversation between the anal?
okay, I have to say, anal caught my attention and I didn't really absorb the rest.
Oh wow.
God, I'm bad. I'm embarrassed, but that's the truth.
You're mad, but that's
Definitely.
More better than now.
you're mad, but this photo, this PTR, this Orion that I see,
Oh, you did it
that is
right.
freaking gorgeous.
I had to do a little.
Oh, wow.
That is
Yeah.
A little.
stunning.
Hero,
Oh, you did do.
I wouldn't take that sitting down.
That is Mr. Orion. With his dog.
Thank you, hero. And
I
more
wouldn't take that
stars.
sitting down here.
If you zoom in, everything is round. Have you seen it?
Speaking around, what happened to flat Earth in 10?
Yeah, it's round.
So his work is done.
Yeah. So you said it.
Speaking of work being done,
Dr.
okay,
Church.
But you did the talking, bro. I mean, we entertained everybody. Now it's your turn.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
I thought your pushback today, bro, was particularly good.
Oh, okay. What was I pushing back on? On you?
Everything Benjamin ever said.
Benjamin, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Benjamin.
Nice. I mean, that's like work, Benjamin. I thought it was on something else.
Like what?
I didn't mean it sound good. It's not good.
Oh, he's awake. He haven't said anything, bro. You must have awakened him. But you're quiet. What's the matter?
Movie.
He probably should be sleeping, is most likely the matter.
Yeah,
I'm phone. Remember that song? What's the matter, baby? Good song. Oh, and Alan Foley was the one who sang the real song, like from Paradise at the Dashboard Light from Meatloaf, and it was Alan Foley who sang, and not the woman who was on stage.
Crimson I got the Trump icon there going.
Crimsonite on stage. Welcome.
Trump looks like he's getting a little.
Call me. Why is that a thing now? Why?
But you were not done talking, right? Or did you? You named
I'm good about the HPV vaccine. Apparently, the only thing anybody remembers from that lecture is
yeah, because they already said anal, so yeah.
Anal.
And I forgot about the rest.
They have absolutely nothing.
I apologize for calling attention to the anal thing. It's a serious topic. This is not a joking matter.
Sorry, I could have talked about the anal sphincter. I could have talked about all sorts of things, but no. What, Benjamin?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Well, it was a good job, Hero. I like the picture. Thank you. You have really lots of stars in the sky. When I see your picture there, that's not what I see here. I see a bit around Orion, but not that much as you have on this picture.
Kito, where are you located again that you get such a beautiful night sky?
Apply some filters and some contrast and some stuff like that.
Yeah, to get it a bit too.
But you had to start with something that was decent. I forget. Can you give me a general response again? Are you in the Midwest?
Wait, what? No. Oh, come on.
I forget. You have to remind me if you're willing to. You don't have to. But I'm so jealous. I wish I could go outside right now and see the stars. It's probably one of my favorite things to do as a
I
kid.
always find it weird on a social media app when it's audio where you say you don't have to. I mean, of course he doesn't have to. It's like,
Well, I mean, I think some people don't understand that specific statement. Obviously, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. This isn't a court of law. This definitely isn't my doctor's office or a hospital setting. So, by all means, here we go. More about the ice shooting. But some people want to make it about, oh, I have to. Why am I responding? All right. Live updates. Newly released records detail chaos during fatal ice shooting in Minneapolis. Reports from the city's police and fire departments show that Renee Good, who was killed by an ICE agent last week, was found with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Thank you, because everybody has been saying there have been 3 shots to her head, and I'm like, where did you confirm that? And it bothered the goddamn Jesus out of me that everybody kept saying that, and I'm like, we have nothing about that. So, 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Here's the latest. Newly released records from the Minneapolis police and fire departments detailed the chaotic moments that unfolded after a federal agent fatally shot Renee Good, who was found in her vehicle with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and another to her forearm. The responders found Ms. Good not breathing and with an irregular pulse. When they arrived at her Honda SUV on January 7th, according to one of the reports, she also had a possible gunshot wound to the left side of her head. By the time, there could have been a grazing. By the time the workers took her out of her vehicle, she had no pulse and They performed CPR on her as she was rushed to a hospital, the report said. The details revealed in incident reports from the Minneapolis Police and Fire Departments and 911 call logs obtained by the New York Times sketched out the shock and fear of the bystanders who frantically called for help after the agent from Immigration and Customs Enforcement opened fire. One of the calls was made by an ICE agent, the transcripts showed. The federal government has defended the ICE agent who shot Ms. Good, saying he acted in self-defense, etc., etc. I'm going to skip. The shooting set off a week of intense protests, prompting Governor Tim Walz to plead for peaceful demonstrations. At the same time, Walz and local officials called for the federal government to end its immigration crackdown in the city. On Wednesday evening, a separate shooting, we already know about this. Ms. Good was labeled a domestic terrorist by Trump aides, while Steve Miller described the protests as an insurgency. Oh, so now they can call it an insurrection? Sorry. Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, said Mr. Trump's threats to invoke the Insurrection Act were a warning to Democrats. Here's what we're covering. Agents authority when a federal agent ordered Ms. Good to get out of her Honda Pilot, which legally obligated to comply. Experts said the answer is not so simple. While Ms. Good was compelled to follow a lawful order, it is not clear whether immigration agents on the scene were acting within their authority. Legal action. Lawyers representing the family of Ms. Good, a 37-year-old poet, said on Thursday that they anticipate taking legal action against the federal government and have asked officials preserve all possible evidence. They earlier announced that they would investigate Ms. Good's killing and described her as a mother of three and a person of faith. A second shooting, Julio Cesar Sosa Celis, who entered the United States in 2022, was taken into custody after being shot in the leg by a federal agent on Wednesday, along with two other men. Federal officials accused them of assaulting an agent with a shovel and a broom. A federal spokesperson said Mr. Sosa Celis was a Venezuelan national who was in the country illegally and resisting arrest. And that is the short version. I know that we all are following this specific story and we keep talking about it, so every time some notification pops up, I'll definitely let the room know.
You all know what happened, but it's how they present it to us.
Oh yeah, no. Framing is everything.
Mother of three, you said. Wow.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not really sure if it hits the radar. I know it globally has hit the radar, obviously.
I think so.
But
yeah, should have been tired. Would have been better. She was
oh,
not
this
bad.
is only an hour. Okay.
What? Audio.
One of my trainings is only an hour long, so I'm gonna start this and sign in.
Why would they shoot her when I could shoot the tires?
Well, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Got a reminder that everyone hates America.
They don't hate America, they hate Trump. And Trump is America, but yeah, no.
Well, 50% of people, bad idiots, for lack of a better word, voted for him. That's the dumb thing. Or close to it. Even 40%, man, makes us a fucking bad country, dude. That's a lot of fucking people that have fear and hate in their minds.
Yeah.
has put into the chat research a couple of opinion polls that show us that yes, we hate America, stop coping. We'll invite you up by all means. 50% of the voters and a lot of people did not vote. I mean, no one's discounting the fact that America isn't being well received around the world. It's fine. Hi, Jarl.
No, I think you guys are chill. I think this room's actually chill. I'm just kind of, gotta poke the bear a bit, annoy the Americans a little bit. But this room I know is chill.
Are you Canadian?
Thanks.
You couldn't tell, Natasha. Definitely Canadian.
I mean, I like to verify, why not? Number one.
The only obvious thing he didn't say was sorry, but other than that.
Well, it's good to have you up on stage. I just figured.
What part of Canada?
I just wasn't sure where you were from until I looked at your PTR. Hudo's offended. Okay, thanks, Hudo. Good to
What
know.
part of Canada, Gerald? East, west, central?
I'm from the
Capital.
Montreal.
Montreal? Okay. The Frenchies. No, that's Quebec, sorry. Quebec.
No,
That's French.
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm French.
No, like.
French speaking Canadian.
The only reason I say that, Gerald, is because I used to have a Canadian pro cyclist come live with me in the winter years ago. And, I had a 4-bedroom home, and I'd have, 2 guys from Ottawa, and then 1 guy from, Saskatchewan, and then 1 guy from Quebec, and they'd call him the Frenchie always, behind his back. So it stuck with me. Gerald, did you watch the Grand Prix de Montreal this year? Cycling?
I knew it happened, but I didn't watch it. No.
You don't watch cycling, dude. It was is that the biggest event you have every year? You have Formula One, right?
Hockey's the only one event we had here.
Well, that's like Cena. We'll talk once a year event. Like Grand Prix de Montreal cycling race. I figured everybody goes. It's only once a year.
Yeah, it's big. I don't know the statistics, but yeah, it's big.
Hero, by the way, your Orion is much smaller than mine. My Orion is massive.
Personal.
I was really about to say, Miss Nancy, I don't know if we should be commenting on the size of Hudo's Orion.
I've been assured the size doesn't matter, but
I don't know. I mean, for anybody who is very focused on anal bookends, I would be quite worried about sizing.
I did open myself up and didn't I? I opened up myself.
I had to. I couldn't help it. Apologies to everyone else who wasn't in the room at the time.
Hey, Asha, you're
Anal Bookends is my favorite Simon and Garfunkel album.
You're a specialist in medicine. And, do you think that Old Orange turd, or do you think they're giving him some kind of something for dementia or to increase his ability for his brain to function better? Do you think any of that's happening?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I mean, he has venous insufficiency, and that was obvious to anyone in the medical field. Just even people who just started their medical journeys, right? That
looks like CHF almost.
It's an indication of CHF, right?
Yeah.
So exactly, right? You're going through school, so you and I will have more conversations as we do it, right? So yeah, I mean, it's one of the first things you learn. So it's like the emperor has no clothes. We all know. like I know that I should be putting myself in compression boots right now and going through this module and learning it, and I have to be up in the morning. Oh gosh, I don't know. I should not have taken a nap this afternoon, but I really needed the nap. Now I'm up a little late.
This afternoon.
The snap this afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. Did I say that wrong?
No, you're tired.
Hi.
I said it.
Yeah.
I said it all junk.
Because I thought you had something to say, so maybe better to say those
Oh, I was just in the chat saying I'm sure that he's getting whatever he needs to be keeping his eyelids open at this point.
Yeah, well. Honestly, sometimes I see 80-year-olds that are in the best shape of like sometimes I'm just shocked at some of the patients we have because they've taken care of themselves and they're aging so freaking well. Like the other day, there was like I don't want to say the other day, but like, you know, I've seen patients who are in their 70s and they are handsome, full hair, silver fox men who are super active. You know, like they're not on like hormone replacement therapy. They don't take extra testosterone or anything. They've just really taken care of themselves as like lifelong athletes.
I just want to say, are they gay?
I don't believe this man.
And I mean,
Not double check
away, but they.
No. This, I mean, he was handsome. All right, like I mean, he was handsome.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, there are male models who are still modeling at that age too, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, we have some very handsome men.
Yeah.
But anyways, sorry.
Very handsome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We had so handsome. Yeah.
However,
I got one. They're very handsome.
just like Crimsonite here, you see how handsome his peak is?
Not yet. I haven't seen it.
No, look, he's got something going on there. Yeah.
It probably is not him.
I know, but that's okay.
But yeah, he's cute. Yeah.
John, do they have kids? The people. Okay, look, I was not in the chart long enough to be able to like verify his social tendencies or whether or not he was, you know, into the same sex or anything. Like, I did not care to qualify any of it. I can acknowledge very handsome, very fit, very in shape man.
Please
very
respect
well.
HIPAA requirements.
Oh, I got you. That's fine. No names, no identifying factors, no other aspects of his, you know, health and history. No, nothing. No history of present illness. No reason why he was one of our patients. Nope, got nothing.
Good. So this
But,
could have been me, right? That's what we're saying.
So, I mean, you know, technically, if anybody really wanted to think about it, sure, why not? However, all of us definitely got back and we were like, did you see that, man? That I can acknowledge. Almost feels like one of the ortho residents that I used to work with. That man was handsome. I think every girl just couldn't focus when he would show up for a consult. Every single, so what you see on Grey's Anatomy is very real.
Yeah.
Very real.
And all focus on that one guy.
He did not age well, though. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Did not age well. He got bald and he has a pot belly. It was sad because he was
Still
brilliant.
better than me. This is great. Actually, I'm not.
Why are you asking these things, John? I did not examine that man's penis. He wants to come up and ask.
Check if he has kids or not.
I know, right? Like, what their hand is raised. I don't care to bring them up right now.
No.
Anyways, Christina, come on up and hang out with us. Tell us how you feel about the drug crisis.
Go ahead.
Their health and raising kids. You can remain healthy and raise children.
No, I mean, when you have kids, you probably not age that well because you're stressed out because of the kids and, you know, that kind of things.
It all goes downhill. I can attest to that.
I cannot speak on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not me either. I do everything to make sure that I'm not getting pregnant.
Oh yeah, I did too.
Totally understand it, John. Totally understand it. What is the Trump crisis? Who's asking?
Your handsome guy, the cute guy.
He had a cute guy for a second, but now he is the Crimson Blade.
That was the actor from
Yeah.
Shades of Grey.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Same.
They when they did a social experiment to ask men and women to select the face and body of someone of their own sex that they believe the opposite sex would find most attractive. The women selected him as being the most attractive face, whereas men selected that soccer player that's married to the Spice Girl, as who they would have thought the women would have selected as the most ideal face. But
Yeah.
That's just.
What happened?
Who is that?
Wait,
Oh,
so,
God.
wait, what? Wait, so women
Put the picture
like
of the girl up.
girly men, and men like men. Wait, what's the lesson here? David Beckham is the person you're referring to, I think. And
okay.
he is a sexy man. Like, what, do you ladies not agree?
David Beckham is.
Where's the divide?
Hot.
I'm confused.
He's incredibly hot. He's also incredibly short.
Well, that's a good thing.
Is he short? I didn't
The ball's on the ground, so
Yeah, he's short.
there's
He
no
can't be
advantage to being
taller.
No, he's not a midget.
Bro likes to argue against this. He just left. I guess he went to bed. But damn it, should I go to bed or do I do this module? I'll do
Some
the
of the
module.
guys keep talking, and you can do the module.
You probably won't
I'll
ever
do the module.
won't regret not going to bed. You'll probably regret not doing the module.
Yeah, I gotta do it. We're gonna get mad at me. Okay, I have to do it. Thanks, John. Appreciate you. Alright, we'll bring him up. You guys, I'm bringing him up. I'm not gonna hang out for it.
No worries.
Senior mechanical design engineer in chip assembly at Intel. Ooh, he knows things.
Oh,
Okay.
Intel, yeah.
Tinker. He's a tinker.
What's
John,
a tinker?
can you pretend? Yeah. Hi,
Tinker.
welcome.
Tinker.
I was just being cynical.
Oh, it's fine.
I was just saying when you have kids,
You aged poorly.
I'm not saying it's the case. It's more about time. You,
Okay.
I get up 6. I live in Europe, but you get up at 5, and I just work straight for getting ready, breakfast, lunch, get up kids. My wife doesn't get them ready. I do everything else, and then I go to work for 8 to 9 hours. Come home, dinner, sleep. Like, there's no room for anything. It's just like I'm just saying, kids take
Yeah.
time.
Got
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And stress.
Yeah, we thought so.
Are you a tinker?
What's that?
John, are you a tinker?
Tinker, like a tinker from one of those novel like books.
tinker or a
No, a tinkerer means that he tinkers with items. You guys, come on, comprehension. Benjamin is also a tinkerer. This is why
I
he's
mean,
excited.
there's the guy that pees in the corner, and there's the guy who so the distinction matters.
You were there? Or twink? Is that it?
No,
When you say tinker, it's like uncle.
like
Tinky.
tinkle.
No, with this,
Or like hacker.
No. It's Hero is thinking tinkle, and tinkle is to pee, and a tinkler, which he's
Tinkle is
disappear.
Yes.
Disappear.
I make things.
Somebody
We need
pees.
more tinkers. We need more tinkers. This
We
is a
need
lot.
more thinkers and tinkerers.
I might have got that wrong, but I would still prefer tinkerers.
You make the thing.
Tinker is cool. The question is John a tailor? John, are you a
Taylor. I worked for Nike before.
Wait, a tinker and a tailor? Is that
Tinker Taylor. So
at Taylor Tinker.
Are you a soldier?
Are you a spy?
Just checking. Just checking.
Checking the boxes, that's all.
No, it's just need to prove my thing.
I think we're off topic.
But here's the
I mean, if you were a
important
spy,
thing,
you could not say, I'm not a spy. That's what a rule.
That's a rule. That's the first rule.
First rule.
I'd be honest.
I mean, look,
Not being
Well,
genuine.
we want to be very careful not to ask you where you're from or where your accent is from.
You said Europe.
it's American, but
But the only questions remaining are you a tinker, a tailor, a soldier, a spy? Then we know enough about you that we can have a conversation.
A European Tinker. Spy.
I can't from the U.S. for sure.
You gotta look up tinker. Tinker's a lost art. We gotta take that back.
Yeah, you sound awake, Benjamin. You look it up and read for us what is Tinker.
Yeah, it's actually the more.
For the record, I think I got Tinker wrong.
Yeah, me too. I'm more at your timeline, I guess, John.
I don't mind sharing Netherlands.
Oh, you there?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, you Netherlands?
You're the second one I talked to.
Yeah. I live in California.
Oh, that's far away.
And you're in Florida or something?
I'm in North Brabant.
Tinker is somebody who travels from place to place
But that's
and mends
they have
things, particularly utensils.
read fantasy books.
Of course, it's like a little occupation. But I would believe
I didn't understand it. Can you repeat that? It's a thing who's traveled a lot and then.
just an itinerant tinker. Yeah, they travel. And it's the kids that they come bring up.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I still don't understand it.
I think they're kind of like gypsies.
Like that, okay.
They can travel place to place.
Yeah, I think that the question was, are you an expert?
Sharpen your scissors, for example, or sharpen your knives. Repair your pans and elbow handles.
My bio is today. I work for Philips. Design shavers.
Tinker is essentially one who tinkers.
I just gotta say, gypsy is not, that term is not gonna go well here if there's any white within the crowd. But
That's right. Roma.
Yeah.
There's any woke white.
I have friends from the Balkans, and they always refer to anyone who's basically not like basically white, and whatnot, as like gypsies kind of thing, or like socioeconomically not rare. So maybe I'm just taking that for that.
And don't they pay tax?
Yeah,
Because they live in a home on wheels.
exactly.
But they don't. Big bungalows on wheels, but they never travel with it. You cannot. But they still don't pay tax for it.
I guess I still pay tax to the U.S. It's always fun. The fun of being a U.S. citizen. You can never get out of paying taxes.
Yeah,
unless you live in Puerto Rico, apparently, but yeah.
Yeah, we're not technically full citizens, but I'm not sure like we're fully citizens. I don't know. It's weird.
So
Yeah, I didn't know
heard
either.
this. So I had a neighbor who, this story ended tragically, but there was this whole thing about like I can move to Puerto Rico and I don't have to pay taxes, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you have to pay taxes wherever you go.
Actually,
And there's this, but there is a special case for Puerto Rico. I don't totally understand.
Yeah, there is. Yes, you're correct. I'm Puerto Rican, and I looked into it to go back because I had property there. So yes, there is I forget the form that you do, but there's a way that you do it. You basically don't have to pay taxes, federal taxes, but you do pay state taxes there, which are probably aren't to again, you know, because a lot of people are moving out. You know, I remember the last 2 years, or like an exodus of like 3 million people or something like that. Like 40% of the country is left to Florida. So, you know, and other places. But long story short, they made it lucrative for people that weren't from there to come over, and if they do a certain form, there's a certain thing they come under, and they don't have to pay federal taxes. But then they get charged some state taxes, but depending on how much you had, you know, and you put it in banks and stuff, and how much property you bought, they could waive that.
Yeah, I have a collaborator who is from Puerto Rico, like born there, from there, and then she was living in New York for a while, and then she.
I'm home now. I won't go back.
Yeah, she said she was really struggling when there was some sort of storm or something, you know, down.
Maria.
And she couldn't get any building supplies. Like she had damage and she couldn't fix her house.
2 weeks. Everything in Puerto Rico. I lived there for 6 months in 2015. I left here. I closed my house down. I went down there. I lasted 6 months because everything there was 2 weeks. If your water main breaks or your electricity's out, it takes 3 months. So you need to know somebody in the system that you can grease so they can come quicker. Nothing happens like in 2 or 3 weeks with the government. You know, and that's being lucky. So it's weird. It's a shithole. There's a road that during the hurricane 2017 was torn up by Hurricane Maria. And I talked to my aunt on a weekly basis, and a couple of months ago she told me that they had just fixed it. You got 2025. You know, they had just fixed it, where you can actually travel through it again.
It's kind of weird here, like in Europe, like it's like a mixed bag. It's like certain things, like maintenance. It's not bad, but it's not like U.S. Like U.S. like it's all hustle culture. It's almost like they'll literally come to you saying, like, I've been places where they see stuff, and I've had people knock on my door and they'll be like, hey, you need to fix stuff, fix it for you right now. I'm like, no, you know, stuff like that. But then like here, it's like you hire someone, it might take a couple weeks, and obviously everything, you know, things aren't as like everything's very almost strict 9 to 5. So right now there's no one in the street at all. Like 6, 7 o'clock, nothing. All of a sudden it explodes at like around 8:30. Everyone goes to work. But an interesting thing with that on like the service side, it seemed like that, and then on the government side, at least in my experience, it's been way better. Like going to the DMV here, it was crazy. Like I went in and I said, hey, I need a license, and I got my license thing all set up, and within like a day, like in terms of like, hey, it's gonna take a while, you're born, blah blah blah. Like a day later, they call me and they're like, oh, we got yours done, but your wife, she forgot something. Why don't you just come back and fix it right now? Because there was a typo on the form, and it's like in the U.S., where I was in Oregon, it's like there's a typo on a form. They tell you like a month later that like, oh, they mail you your license. They'll tell you like, oh, you had a screw up. You have to resubmit after a month, not telling you. So it's weird. It's like the government here, at least for me anyway, is very efficient.
Where are you at?
Netherlands. I think the European thing is the general thing. It's like basically workers. It's pretty consistent. Like even at my job, like most people don't even like start. You don't even think about working until 9. You come in like before 9, like maybe one person in the office. 9 o'clock, things just like it's almost like lights flip on. People start working.
Don't they have like before that? Isn't it like at the time that you guys go home too, like literally on the hour, the lights flicker on? Everybody goes home.
But it's like a very strong culture of, if that makes sense. So it's like 5 o'clock rolls around, everyone starts getting on the TV. It's just like, wait, we're in the middle of something. No, I gotta get home.
That's how it was. I lived in Germany for 8 years. If you showed up like with 1 minute left, they were like, no, we're closed. Sorry. The moment that they just close the door on you.
They either do that or close early because they were just like, people fucking.
Early in my career, I did software stuff. I was at a software company, and we were like, yeah, you know, whatever. Like we had it was a great lifestyle, but when crunch time came, everybody was like super long hours, just really crazy. And then I switched to kind of more like engineering. I went to like mapping. I kind of switched industries, and it was a total different culture. Like I remember being at a 3:30 meeting, and it was like, we're behind, we gotta get this shit done, and like, oh god, it's 4 o'clock. Oh, okay, I'm gone, I gotta go. Like, so I'm like, wait, what? You're going? You're leaving? Yeah, well, I'll see you at 8. Like, so the attitude was very different. It was more like, yeah, we need to get this done, but also we have hours. And in the software culture, it was more like, no, we gotta like, panel, whatever. It was like, we stay up, we do this crazy shit. So like within the U.S., in different industries, you have very different cultures. Well, actually, both those were similar age groups. There were older dudes, there were younger dudes, there were Indians, there were Americans, there were women, there were men. So it wasn't the demographics. I mean, it was a smaller. The engineering company was a much smaller company, but it was. I thought that it was interesting because I'm like, oh, this is more of like a industry. Like we weren't union or anything, but within engineering there is that culture of unions and stuff. So I kind of felt like we were tied into that like hourly workday thing, and it was just a bit of a culture. So it's like, yeah, we all agree we got to get shit done, but we'll have to reconvene in the morning. Which I kind of liked in a way. It's like clear boundaries. Good on you guys. Let's do this.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. It
can kind of be like, hey, I got a life outside of work, man.
It was nice, and it's also something that I've never like. Part of me, my mentality is still in that older thing. It's like, well, I'm not done. I'm gonna go home and log in and do this shit. And I'm like, I gotta keep reminding myself in a way, like, you know what? Like you get in, you work, and you're done, and like leave that shit behind. And the engineers were really good at that, but the software folks were not. And that was just this weird kind of macho software tech culture, I think. But so, anyways, I feel like in the U.S., I assume it's still that way in a way.
Oh,
it varies.
1,000% still like that.
Industry to industry, it varies a lot.
I think.
Yeah, it's generally like that. I live in San Francisco, so it's like full of tech people. Yeah. So it's like that. But I work in film and documentary in particular, and the expectation is you're going to be working around the clock.
Or you live in
Yeah, I do.
Did you see last night the Crew 11 capsule coming in?
No.
Apparently it came in around midnight, and it was like streaking across the sky. A lot of people saw it, so I was wondering.
No, I don't go outside very much. Hence, because of the work thing. But yeah, no.
Yeah, film was no joke, man.
And there's just so many tech people here too, so and startup culture. So it's like work all the time.
If you're not at work, you're looking for work usually, or trying to find like a PC or something.
Well, my PTR is just a few minutes ago is at a waterside park from the north, looking towards San Francisco. So yeah, you might be in that photo.
Oh, you just took this photo, so you live here too?
Yeah, I live in Marin.
Oh, okay, pretty. I haven't been over to Marin in a long time.
It's nice here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I have a car, so I could, but.
What? Cars? I haven't seen that much.
No, like people who live in the city here don't have cars. Like some do, but
some people don't. Yeah, that always kind of struck me because San Francisco is not that much of a cosmopolitan town. It's kind of a small town actually.
Yeah, it actually is.
But I do know I came across a few people who were like, oh, I just buy an apartment and I work over here. That's my thing. And I was like, I grew up in California, so cars were always like just an important part of my identity. So I get it if you're in Manhattan or something, but I'm like, really? Like San Francisco?
Well, you can get around here without a car pretty easily.
No, you totally can. I'm not. They weren't wrong. But for me, it was a very like foreign concept. Like Like,
Yeah.
but don't you want to go like Sanders Mountains or up to Marin or out to like what do you do? They're like, I get a zip car or whatever, and I'm like, to me that was like, why do you hate America? Like, what?
Honestly, I wouldn't. I only have a car because my parents are like, and I'm an adult, so I could say no, but they're like, how could you live without a car? What if something happens? And I'm like, I never drive the goddamn thing. I literally haven't driven it in like a month. It's sitting there. I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't want to drive.
Which is the
Wow. That's so lucky.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things I love about living here.
Where are you located? Can I ask? And no, you don't have to answer.
Yeah, no, I'm in San Francisco, and I'm like in the middle of the city. So the cities are.
I'm sorry.
First of all, I should have offended that you asked that question. That was really aggressive.
I know. I didn't qualify it. I didn't say you don't have to answer, Hiro. I'm sorry.
That doesn't matter. And please don't try to pronounce my name in a culturally appropriate fashion. I have already culturally appropriate the name for myself. I'm a white male. I don't mean it in. Sorry. Can't.
This is unfortunate.
I'm offended for everybody. I'm offended on behalf of everybody who has been here and is here now and may come here in the future.
I know, Hiro. I know. The burden of the entire world is on your shoulders. I understand.
I know. It really is. It really is. And if I start crying, you all need to be silent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening me.
And I'm on the edge.
Teaching me. Okay. But I'm so sorry. Now, Christina, I'm asking you for a third time because you answered, which I would assume like a lot of people who are in New York definitely don't need a car, but where did you say?
I live in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Oh, really? No car necessary? There's so many hills.
Yeah, the hills, but the city's only 7 miles, and I live in like the literal middle, and so everything that I need is like within walking distance from me. My doctor.
She rides a bike almost everywhere. She goes and picks up her kids, and she doesn't use the car. She rides her bike, and they ride with her back or whatever.
Yeah, or like if I'm going somewhere, like going to a movie or whatever, first thing I'm thinking about is it going to be hard to park there? If it is, I'm just going to take an Uber because it's only like 2 miles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my closest friends, I was speaking about her earlier. She's an Olympian, and she was born and raised in San Francisco. She's actually a 3-time Olympian, but that's the friend who was going to go to Rio, and the family invited me, and Zika was an outbreak at that time. So we were speaking about that earlier today. Anyways, going to San Francisco the first time, I didn't realize how hilly those roads were, and I was like, oh well, this is great racing and training, and the park is lovely. I forget the name of it. I've raced there.
Golden Gate Park.
The Golden Gate Park. Because they held cross country nationals there, so out there to run.
Yeah, it is cold.
And it's cold.
Yeah. In the summer.
You guys were really cold in July.
Yeah, that's the one bummer.
Actually, Amazon Nationals was held there. I want to say 2015. No. It's
nationals in high school cross country.
Oh, you went to Kinney?
No, Kinney is the Kinney Nationals. The Kinney shoes, they sponsor the high school national cross country championships.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's unfortunately now there's 3 different nationals, 4 different nationals for high school students. You have you used to have Foot Locker for cross country, but now you have Nike Nationals, New Balance Nationals, Adidas Nationals. You have the Hoka National. You have Under Armour. Every company offers the nationals. Huh?
Branded nationals.
Yeah, everything's branded, but also, I mean, for track and field and cross country, it just poses a problem because back in the day, it used to be you really wanted to go to Nike. Like Nike would have these major national championships, and you would just go to Nike or you would go to Foot Locker, and that was your problem. You have to choose between Nike and Foot Locker. But now, students don't even get to head up against the best of the best, right? Like it's like a national championship, and you're choosing between 3 different ones, and you don't get to be against the same rivals because now they're even held on like the same weekends. So you have to choose which rivals you're choosing to race that you know what I'm saying?
I get it. It's all about the
And
but if you're, Golden Gate.
Well, you get some really great gear.
Oracle.
Oh, okay. Not a real sport running. I've heard that one before. Oh, disc golf.
Oh, Portland's.
Mhm.
Yeah, Portland's super into it. For sure.
Whatever.
Outdoor sports. There's like the basic.
Is that
It's also-
here in Oregon and Portland?
Just really big on the Midwest.
Okay.
Yeah, not anymore, but it was interesting.
Where are you Portland held 2016 Indoor World Championships. I was there for that one. I worked medical team there.
Indoor
that
cross
one.
country.
Indoor track and field. So Shanny won the 3K. No, she bronzed, and for indoors he won both the mile and the 3K, I think, that year. So like all of us were out and about in Portland. Being out and about in Portland isn't like grand, but since Centro decided like he had a gold medal, like we all went out. It was fun. I couldn't believe I had fun like that outside of New York City. Like it was fun. It was really
So
fun.
is there no indoor cross country? I was kind of
No, cross country is outdoors. Cross country is always outdoors. Cross country is literally the definition of nothing but mud and dirtiness and hills and hay bales and the best fun you could ever have in your life racing.
I was going to say, with Portland, all those names you mentioned, they all have headquarters in Portland. Like Hoka, Adidas, Nike.
Yeah.
I used to work at Nike. They have their main.
Oh, you said that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nike headquarters and the entire campus is out there, and the trails and like the wood chip trails, and I mean between University of Oregon and going there for track mecca stuff, Olympic trials and stuff, and then getting out to the Nike. Like I encourage everyone get out there, get out to the Michael Johnson track because that track is in the middle of the woods and it's the coolest thing to run at ever.
Yeah, it's a really cool. Yeah, they have all the trail that goes all around it. But if you want to just trail run around the entire campus, it's a really pretty campus. I like working there because it was like I worked in like their innovation team, and it was funny because we would just like at lunch, it's like, oh, we're gonna go like, even to like freaking world class gyms, like in a half a big pool and all that crap. It's just like for a break, or I like to play soccer or football. We call it global football.
And they have those little soccer fields.
Yeah. I would go out there and play. I would get excluded though because it was not fun when there was a glut of ex-pro and now semi-pro players.
Oh, I'm sure. And D1 players from University of Oregon who get a job there after graduation, yeah.
You go to play, they'd be like, they would assess you, and if you didn't meet their skills, which I did not, they'd be like, well, you can play in those games, you can't play in I did. Serious, it fucking sucks.
High school all over again, yeah. Athletes are obnoxious like
that.
that.
They're lame. They're like, yeah.
Exactly. Well, they put their level was just so much. Like they were so fast, they were in stupid shape. They were like, even if I tried, I couldn't keep up with their stamina. So it's just like, fuck it, I'll play next with the other guys. And I was working on that equipment. That was my job, working on shin guards and shoe stuff. Anyways, it was fun.
Anyways, JCC just put a link in there about the San Francisco road cycling. Christina, that's really cool though. I guess it's funny because I've been to San Francisco a couple of times, so I can appreciate where you are. The food was really good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The weather, questionable.
Oh, I changed my PTR on purpose for you because the fur coat that I'm wearing in this one, I had to purchase in San Francisco in July because it was that cold.
Yeah.
Like I went to one of the thrift shops or consignments. Yeah.
And you gotta wear layers here.
It was terrible. I was so cold the whole time the first time I visited.
And it is like a deep cold here too.
James, I was super into road biking back in that era, and actually that was when I was at that software company. And some of us went.
That race was a leg breaker, man. That leg.
We watched, yeah.
Wait, did you
No,
race
no,
it?
I trained with some of the guys that came down from Canada, and they participated in it. But I never went to that race because it was a UCI event. I was a Category 1 amateur, but not.
What cat thing means
It was-
to be
You had to be
in
UCI
order
pro.
for race?
I was not a UCI pro.
But it was cool to have to see like pro cycling in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was kind of exciting. And then we had the Tour de California that was a thing for, I don't know if that's
Tour of California. Tour of California still goes on, I think. Yeah.
It does. Cool.
Tour of Redlands Classic. There's a lot of big road races.
I went and watched it. We went out there and watched parked out and like the all kind of, you're out there for like an hour and you're like shoot. I'm like, okay, well that was it. Let's all go. But the San Francisco
crit racing is more fun to watch.
They come by, and they come by multiple times. But
right.
I was there. I was only there once, and I think like George
Hickey won the first one, but then Dion from Canada won like 4 in a row, or most of them in a row.
But they don't do
then
that.
German, no, see, cycling's a bitch, right? So it's great. It attracts people for a little bit, but then the money isn't always there, so they lose its interest. So it's hard to keep it going.
Some of the rides I go on, just like recreational rides, and I just think like, holy shit! Like there needs to be like a tour that goes through these roads because like in the Marin Headlands and stuff on a sunny day.
Oh, Marin has a lot of good road races. Yeah.
Oh, it's freaking gorgeous, and like I often think like the world should see this, and then I'm like, no, they shouldn't. No, it sucks here.
Yeah, gravel racing. Gravel racing is the next big thing. Gravel.
That is cute. I meant to say that.
Oh, thanks. He's laying on my leg right now.
Adorable. Okay. I started my module. I did not complete my module. I will probably wake up early enough to get to work early enough so I can sit out in the parking lot and complete my module. Or, there's literally like, it's such a weird connection. Like I get no service.
Wait, what kind of module is this? Is this like
It's the patient access module, stuff like all patient information. And your EMR. So every clinic, every system is different. So of course, it's just been a long day, and I'm tired, and my pain hasn't gone away. So I am definitely going to bed. But I will be going to bed.
I love when the modules have like these scenarios where it's like John was talking to Catherine, who overheard Juanita say, and it's like, what would you do in this situation? And like, I don't know. I think you should report her to HR, or I think you should just take notes and not do anything. And you're like, I don't know what to do. What do you do? Just do the dumbest, safest thing. And then they're like, you're wrong. You should have done this other thing. Fuck.
I mean, they're
lots of these modules.
They're frustrating, but it's to create familiarity with the EMR system as it is, so that you can, log patients properly. That being said, I probably should have done it earlier today, but I took a nap and I've been in pain. So I'm gonna take a nap. I mean, I'm not gonna take a nap. If anybody's still awake in here in 4 hours, feel free to yell at me to wake up. But I was just curious. That's all. And big day. No big deal. We have new people here. Miss Nancy's probably sleeping and don't know where Elliot is, but Hero can keep them occupied, right, Hero?
I wish you would stop trying to pronounce my name correctly, but yes.
Wait, am I not sad? Am I not pronounce? How do I pronounce it?
Just Hero.
How should I?
It's just in the lightest way possible. That's all that matters.
Hero. Okay.
No, I appreciate it, but it's not. I have already culturally appropriated the name. I've already sinned on your behalf, so you don't have to try to make it better. But I appreciate the effort.
I just like it sometimes. That's all.
That's okay. I'm not offended by it.
I think it's funner. I know. I don't think a lot of us are offended very easily.
Funner.
Yeah, I said that on purpose. It's funner.
That I thought was awesome.
Okay. Good night, friends. Sorry, Michaela, I need to go to bed, but I hope you're having a nice day. Okay. Good evening.
JCC, do you still ride bikes these days?
No, I don't. I still want to, but my motivation has really declined drastically. It was like, seriously, 6 years ago, I was riding 2 hours a day and feeling great. Now, 2 hours a day is like a fucking drop in the bucket with what I used to do. But now I've gotten fat and complacent. Just walk a bit here and there, but I want to kick it in the ass again and get back to it because I miss being that level of fitness. It was such a great feeling.
Yeah, I don't often, but I do. I mean, occasionally I do, and every single time I get on a bike, I think this is so fun. Why don't I do this more often?
Makes you go wow.
Just the pure joy of being on a bike. It's just so fun. It's like the coolest thing you can do. And even when I'm doing boring stuff, just like road biking down the road, like it's just fun. And I've been doing a little. So one of my resolutions.
Well, you got that gravel bike. That's awesome.
Yeah. That is a good bike. That was an acquisition last year. It was a used bike. It's cool. And but it's nice. I'm a big fan of disc brakes on a road bike, and that's kind of my previous bike was just a simple steel. But it's a nice upgrade, and I like it. I like just going for little road bikes, but I just don't do it enough. I get lazy. It seems like a big chore, and I have this tendency to do like I haven't gone for 3 months, but I'm going to go do a 40-mile ride this weekend, and then I come home and I'm wrecked. So what I'm really trying to do is just go for little rides. So right where I live, there's a little glorious 9.5, like just less than 10-mile loop I can do. There's a lot of water. It's pretty. People come from all over the Bay Area to do this ride. And
traffic is minimal.
Yeah, I should just do this. I should do this 3 or 4 times a week and forget about the big rides, and that would be way better for me. So I'm trying to do that, and I've done it a couple times, but it's hard to get it into the schedule into the day. But that's my goal. More short rides, rather than fewer long rides.
Yeah, my long rides were just because I was a competitive cyclist, so I had to get in the miles, the time on the saddle to compete with all the greyhounds I raced against.
I did a cool ride. About 4 times now. Kind of a circumambulate ride where the Richmond Bay, the Richmond Bridge was open for cycling. It opened just a few years ago with a cycling lane, and you can go across that bridge and basically go all the way around the bay. Like I can leave my house, go all the way around the bay, go across the Richmond Bridge, go across the Bay Bridge, go through San Francisco, across the Golden Gate Bridge, back through Marin, back to my house, and that's like a 60-mile ride. And actually, you can only go across the eastern span of the Bay Bridge to get from Treasure Island to San Francisco and take a ferry. But that was part of the fun. You had to get on a ferry for 5 minutes, and and I did. I love doing shit like that. It's
Sounds fun.
The entire ride is like a beautiful view of the bay, and it's just great. So I did that a few times, but there were a lot of complaints about the bike lane being on the Richmond Bridge, so they closed it. Now it's only open on the weekends because motorists, their commutes, whatever. They have a legit complaint, I guess. If I do that run, I'd be wrecked. Like I would long recovery time. I'd be totally complaining.
Yeah, you got to build up to get your. I used to train, 6 hours and work a night shift and do it all over again the next day. So it becomes like your level of fitness is, you maintain it, it's not a big deal. When you let it go, it becomes a big problem. So yeah, my goal is I want to get rid of a lot of the bikes I have in my stable and get a gravel bike and keep my 2.9 or single speed.
I do feel like with biking, though, when I get on a bike, like I can be not on a bike for a couple months and I get back on, I'm like, but once I start riding it, I feel like I can get back to my not my peak, but my kind of status.
Yeah, muscle memory. It comes back.
Yeah, like pretty like with biking, I can do that more than any other thing. Like swim on a Monday, go for a ride on a Tuesday, and go but I get kind of obsessed. So I'm like right now, I'm kind of into road biking. I haven't touched my mountain bike in a couple months. And then I'll get sick of it, and then I'll pull out my mountain bike and I'll do some mountain biking. And then I actually haven't swum quite a while. But when I get back into swimming, I'll do that for a while. And what I really need to do is do all those things all at once. Just do like swimming once a week, and road biking once a week, and a mountain bike ride twice or whatever it is. But I'm good at that.
Life goes on.
Not that I can afford it. Not that I can actually have time to do like 4 or 5 different things. Maybe that's part of the problem. I can really only get away for like once or twice a week, and when I do, I
You do too much.
I gotta focus on that. Good dog.
You're still walking your dog? You're out for hours now.
Actually, the previous walk, I wasn't walking the dogs. I was just walking. I came home and I'm like, why am I not? My wife's on call tonight, so like I already made dinner, and I could either like watch a TV show or something, or I could just go for another walk and bring the dogs out. So I'm in this great little spot where like I'm sitting on the water, sitting on the dock of the bay. I mean, no dock, just I'm sitting on the edge of the land, looking at the bay, and I can see. What am I looking at? Who was in San Francisco? I'm looking at Sutro Tower. I'm looking from the north across the bay to San Francisco. It's a beautiful night. It's dazzling out. I can see Sausalito. Straight ahead and off to the left, I see the city front. I can see Sutro Tower, and I can see. Actually, I can see the. I can see the Golden Gate Bridge Towers just looming over the hills of the pit. That'd be a good picture.
Yeah. Like a nice car with lights on. is this your view?
So there's the one before that too, the tree with the city in the background. That's kick-ass too. But that one's really cool.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, indeed. Let me see.
What's upside down?
The Orion looks a little bit. Let me see.
Oh, above the tree.
Wait,
Compared to me, yeah.
my broccoli shot?
Where's the button?
My broccoli shot.
Broccoli shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Thora was here for just a second. I tried to get her up here. I thought she'd have my fellow mod squatter.
Who is that?
Cora. Cora is eminently reasonable.
Is it a human?
Cora.
She's got a picture of I got a picture of Kara. She's a good person.
Kara Orange?
Mexican eagle.
Oh. I got that one wrong.
And a squirrel.
Wait, does the eagle have the squirrel?
No. Although in these series of photos I have where I walk my Phoenix on the trails, I witnessed a red hawk dive bomb and fly out with a squirrel in its talons. But now this picture of the squirrel, he was right. I was doing something and it was like looking at me. I'm like, hey, what up, dude? He just ran away.
He ran away? Flew away?
No, he let me take pictures of him. He was sitting right there in the tree. He's fucking just chilling. Yeah, the squirrels there fuck with my dog. They come down on the ground level and they run to the tree and don't go up all the way and then they go around the tree and my dog chases it around the tree. It's funny.
It is.
I mean, yeah, wear his ass out.
We have this great fence in our backyard. You can see through the windows from our living room. And just this morning, like my dogs were looking at me and there was a squirrel like, ba-dink, 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 like on the fence, like literally right. I'm like, do you guys see that? And every time I was trying to get the dogs to look at this, and they were looking at me. They're like, no, behind you. And so you know how dogs like don't really. Well, some I guess. Some dogs.
I know what you mean.
My dogs don't like, no, behind you, and I'm pointing, and they were just like, every time I pointed, they were just looking at me like, what is it? What? And I'm like, no, behind. Are you not seeing this?
Turn around.
Like you really want. I know you want to see the squirrel. Like you would get very excited, but you did. We don't have a lot of squirrels around us. Actually, we have a lot of birds of prey. We have owls and we have.
That's why now squirrels.
So yeah, there's not a lot of squirrels. They're very excited, but
Yeah, definitely don't see them. Because
they
they're
don't
only
often
dogs.
catch on. Yeah.
Just stay away. Yeah. I can imagine. There's that one guy on YouTube. He makes videos about squirrels. So he made a platform in his garden, so a platform for birds, and with food and everything, and then he's just filming them. And he really did great things, natural things. But when you see the squirrels, you go like, wow, it's animated or something. But you just catch the moment, you know, that they do something or a certain position, and it's beautiful. But it's all
They're really funny animals. They're super smart.
Yeah.
They can solve complex problems and stuff. Yeah, no, I like. We had before we lived here, we lived in Berkeley, East Bay, and it was really, really green. Our backyard was just like lush, and it's tiny, but it was just super lush. And the previous owners of the house had like a bird feeder kind of a thing. But it was a squirrel feeder. And it was so they had it full of like sesame seeds and like that kind of. So we would buy the same stuff and fill it up. And the squirrel, the resident squirrel, would get on that thing and eat these sesame seeds and everything. And this squirrel had the most luxurious glorious coat. It was like shiny, and it was just like beautiful. And it just got to eat like oily seeds all day. It was the happiest thing. And it was big too, bushy tail. Like it was the healthiest looking squirrel ever, I think. And it was I take credit for that personally. It was this wonderful specimen of a squirrel. I've never seen anything like it before. Shiny. And his belly was like white, you know, and it had like gray on the side and the stripes down the back. Most squirrels I see are a little raggy, like they kind of have to work for a living. But this squirrel was like, it got the full treatment. Slow treatment. It was great.
And good food.
No, it ate the best stuff constantly. Fought the other squirrel. Kind of an asshole squirrel. Like, any other squirrels near that feeder. But you know.
What do you mean?
The results were apparent. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the guy has an Instagram too. And I don't know how I came on that. And I thought it was like show pictures, you know. But it was just him making beautiful. So when it's Christmas, he decorates it with like snow pits, you know. And then the squirrels there. And they do things like laying on their back. But it's maybe just 1 second, but he just got the moment, and then it looks so like wow, he's just relaxing the squirrel. Yeah, it's really cool.